Is it
भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX and our 4 Indian locations as a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud, and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with a selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
Startup India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX in our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud, and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with the selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
It's the right time to start up India. And this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX in our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud, and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with the selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
Onwards, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of today's international conference. Requesting everybody to take their seats. Thank you. Namaskar and good morning. Our guest of honor, Shri George Kuruvillaji, CMD Broadcast Engineering Consultants India Limited. Eminent dignitaries, special invitees, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the 9th International Conference Data Center India 2022 on the theme Local Data Centers, Crucial Pillar to India's Digital First and Transformation, which is being organized by Bharat Exhibition and presented by Lightstorm. Ladies and gentlemen, our data center partners, BECIL, Nixie and STPI, and the gold partners, Estricos Consulting, TechBridge, with conference partners being TechSpire, Interconnection Platform partners, DECIX, media partners, Communication Today, and the knowledge partners are Broadband India Forum. And ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, we begin every auspicious occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoking the gods and goddesses, seeking their blessings for the success of our endeavors. May I now invite our guest of honor, Shri George Kuruvillaji, CMD Broadcast Engineering Consultants India Limited, Mr. Tanuj Bhatnagar, our keynote speaker, Head of New Business Development Lightstorm. I invite Shri Vivek Duaji, General Manager CFA, BSNL, Dr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, Shri Golok Kumar Simli, CTO, Passport Seva Project, Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Arun Goyal, CIO, Sir Gangaram Hospital, Mr. Gary Singh, President, IIRIS Consulting, and Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, to kindly do the honors of lighting the ceremonial lamp. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together on the ceremonial inauguration of Data Center India 2022, the 9th International Conference. Thank you very much indeed. I would now request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the stage with their presence. Kindly take their seats on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome all the eminent dignitaries on the dais for the inaugural session. Thank you very much indeed. And once again, Bharat Exhibitions is extremely pleased to present the 9th edition of their industry flagship event, Data Center India 2022. And I have the proud privilege in inviting Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions, to kindly begin the proceedings of this international conference with his welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 9th edition of Data Center India 2022. I'm very thankful to Sri George Kurulaji, the CMD of BSNL, which is the arm of the Ministry of Information Broadcasting, to be here to join us with us and sharing how the data center should be, and they're doing a lot of work on data center, along with other distinguished speakers, Tanuj Bhatnagar, who will be giving the keynote on the data center, Vivek Duaji, the GM BSNL, Dr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director STPI, Sri Golak Kumar Simli, CTO Passport Seva, which you see how the passport has traveled from 20 years till now. Within 7 days you get your passport nowadays. That all the credit goes to the Golakji on this. Arun Goyal, CIA Gangaram Hospital, and Gary Singh, President, IRIS Consulting. When we talk about data center, you must have heard a lot of news in the paper that data center is coming in UP in a big way, Maharashtra, everywhere, and it's going to be a billion-dollar opportunity. But how the data center should be? Normally, as per the government, we go for the L1. Is it the L1 is more important to creating a data center, and everybody says data is everything. Government is putting all efforts to keep our data safe. But is our data safe? That's a big question. Because whenever we download any app, we end up giving all our data to that. Yes, 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 because you are in a hurry to download that app. Whether it is WhatsApp, dating, any app for that matter. So are we safe? So we'll be listening some of that as well on the security. We have Dr. Chinmay also from here, from Asticos, who will be talking about on the security aspect as well. He's an expert in the security. Especially the youth who keeps on downloading the data, all the apps, sharing, keep on sharing. That's how the location Somebody says, okay, this gentleman is having a coffee here, this gentleman is having a lunch, but still we say data, data, data. Today, the Indian data center industry is witnessing a spectacular growth and poised to leapfrog as the country's data consumption continues to increase exponentially. This growth is propelled by multiple factors such as pandemic-led accelerated technology adoption, growing reliance on cloud computing, and the government digital push. Data storage regulation, expanding digital usage, and the much-awaited 5G rollout. Now you see 5G and people are started talking about 6G. Even we as Bharat Exhibition will be doing the 6G event next year because 5G we feel it's already outdated now. Compliance and regulations, standards of securing data, affordability of data services, a carrier natural data center. All these are the more important things when you create a data center. Keeping the hosted data center and private are some of the key pointers we all can take from today's event. I believe that will be experts who will be talking. I'm not an expert in data center, but I am sure the team here will be, on the dais will be talking about the various aspects of the data center. Without taking much of a time, ladies and gentlemen, I invite the next speaker. I'll hand it over back to Madam to invite the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with regrets, we have to inform that eminent dignitary for the inaugural session, Mr. Arun Goyal, CIO, Sir Gangaram Hospitals, could not be present here at the moment. He had to rush for some urgent meeting to the hospital. And now, moving on. We now have the proud privilege in inviting our keynote speaker, Mr. Tanuj Bhatnagar, Head of the New Business Development, Lightstorm. And I invite you, sir, for your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him.
Thank you, Shashi. Honorable guests, fellow members from industry, and dear friends. Lightstorm, we are really delighted to be part of this event. My name is Tanuj Bhatnagar, and I head the new business development for Lightstorm. Lightstorm was incorporated in India in 2019, and we have grown faster than any other organization during these challenging times of COVID. What we do, we connect data centers. We speak about data centers here, but we connect data centers to a most resilient and less latency network. The guiding principles for Lightstorms have been to provide an open, transparent, and neutral access to cloud and internet. We have challenged the status quo so that business get digital infrastructure they deserve without any inefficiencies. Reimagining the network, keeping the customer at the center, we have re-engineered the traditional network architecture to address the pain points of our customers. Powering the growth to digital economy, we have designed a platform to provide superior performance for demand SLAs, providing control back in the hands of our customers. Let me go back to what industry is talking about is creating 1 trillion opportunities by 2025 and creating about 60 to 65 million jobs. What are we doing in Lightstorm? I've grown from 45 people to more than 400 people now in South and Southeast Asia. However, network is developing nation face several challenges. Right now we are facing challenges in the network, including lack of fiber, high instance of fiber cuts leading to unreliability and high downtimes. Lightstorm is addressing this gap in the market by building the state-of-the-art digital infrastructure to connect emerging economies in South and Southeast Asia region and the rest of the world to open up the opportunities. We have adopted a design-first approach to understand customer pain points and then design a network architecture to address these challenges. For instance, we use utility-grade network to ensure massive ability, 100% uptime, and not susceptible to fiber cuts. Another differentiator factor for Lightstorm SmartNet, what we call a network as SmartNet, is that it uses point-to-point linear links support for leaf spine mesh network architecture, allowing us to maximize the uptimes. The approach is very different from way networks are built in an emerging economy like in India. Presence in India, gentlemen, over the last 2 years, Lightstorm has built a utility-grade network, and we now have about more than 12,000 kilometers of fiber on the ground. We connect more than 45 data centers, and we are growing, might probably be touching 100 over the year. As India's only cloud-native service provider, we have created a niche for ourselves and already working for several hyperscalers, OTT players, including top 5 Fortune 500 companies. Lightstorm is part of I Squared Capital, which is a $30 billion company and owns the assets under management. We have our partners Exa and BDX as well, and I Square basically envisaged to build a global fabric of state-of-the-art digital economy. Typically, this region is characterized by a massive surge in demand for quality internet, but are restricted by a lack of quality communication infrastructure. Lightstorm is resolving these issues by building a first-of-its-kind digital infrastructure fiber platform focused on resolving interconnection gap prevalent in data center, cloud, internet connectivity, and several emerging markets in South and Southeast Asia. We call ourselves disruptors. We see ourselves as disruptors in South and Southeast Asia. We are the only carrier-neutral network infrastructure provider in India and Southeast Asia. Lightstorm is also the only cloud-native service provider. We are growing fast. We definitely understand how the edge data center market is now coming up in India, and we want to be one of the first steps forward to come forward and look at how edge data center grows with all the content going closer to the mass and with the 5G incubation. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I look forward to seeing you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for the keynote address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting our guest of honor, Sri George Kuruvilaji, CMD Broadcast Engineering Consultants India Limited, to kindly address the August House present here. Let's put our hands together to welcome our guest of honor.
Good morning, everybody. And I thank Bharat Exhibitions to invite me to this very special, the 9th Data Center Conclave, I would say. And this is one of the most important topics that we are looking at with the Honorable Prime Minister's thrust on digital governance, digital India. It has become incumbent of all of us, and particularly those in government, to make sure that we develop such an ecosystem in the country that will enable the Prime Minister's vision of digital India and digital governance. As has been already introduced, I'm chairman of BSNL, Broadcast Engineering Consultant India Limited, and we are a 100% owned company of Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So originally serving 23 years with Doordarshan. In 2012, I joined in BSNL, so I come from the engineering services background. And we have seen over the last few years, I would say exponential growth in literally every area of technology, particularly digital technology. And so in 2016, when I took over as CMD BSNL, my first focus was that though we are from core broadcasting, we handle technologies which is all-inclusive. So we had occupied the maximum number of transponders of ISRO. We were, in those days, occupying more than 20 transponders. So you can imagine nearly 75% of transponders were occupied by Doordarshan and All India Radio. And I was part of the tag meetings that used to happen with ISRO, with Telecom and Doordarshan, All India Radio, and the defense services together whenever we used to have meetings on them. We were, do the terrestrial transmission, whether it is shortwave medium wave, FM frequency, modulation wave, or the network that we have today, the radio network, the microwave link between the studio and transmitters. And now, after the digitization of cable TV network, we were the agency which our Ministry of I&B has given the task to make it all digital cable TV, that is bringing the digital boxes across the country. So we did it in 3 phases, and the 4th phase is completed, and thereafter now most of the entire country, the digital cable, the analog cable has been converted into digital. So we put up a monitoring center and ensured the digitization of the cable TV network. So then we became the auditors for TRI and for TDSAT, for any complaints or any kind of dispute resolution in the cable TV industry between the broadcasters and the cable TV providers on the number of subscriber or any other related matter. We give the audit report, and on that basis, decisions are taken. So we support we are the auditors for the digital TV head end across the country. Now, with the FM radio, which developed into 86 cities, so BSNL was made to do the common transmission infrastructure, where we connect all the FM transmitters together into a common infrastructure and feed it into a single cable onto the towers of Doordarshan and All India Radio. And that is how the entire FM transmission has been built by us and managed by us. So we are into the whole space of broadcasting. When I say it's actually the entire technology space that we are looking to. When we talk about data center in specific, so in 2014 we were tasked to build up a 900 TV channel monitoring setup in Suchna Bhavan. So when I joined BSNL, this was one of my first tasks, to build up this center, which was state of the art, to download or downlink 900 TV channels which are registered in the country, to transcode it, to store it for 3 months, which is mandatory, and put in the automation software. And so the entire setup, it is a mini data center kind of an experience that we had. So we built up the entire thing, and today the entire monitoring of cable TV network, or let's say all the TV channel network, is done through the system which was built by BSNL in 2015. So we came into this business of storage, the servers, the IT networking, the automation, and as BSNL, we entered into the entire gamut of technologies. And as the smart cities started coming up, as the CCTV, the surveillance, the access control, the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, we are now in every space of it. We are doing a project called language localization for Ministry of Education, where we are translating the lectures given by professors in English language into 12 different languages. So we are doing speech to text, then text to text translation, and then again text to speech translation. With all this time synchronization, we're making it possible or available. In the coming days, you will see the lectures, anybody can choose their language and can listen to the language, which is Prime Minister's deemed that every student should be able to learn in their native language. So we are part of that language legislation, where the artificial intelligence, the NLP, the natural language processing technologies, and all these technologies are being used. So when all these things happened, so we started growing and developing and participating in tenders and working with different government departments, the state government, how we can contribute ourselves to be, the last mile deliverers of the technologies, or making it happen. As you would all know, in Government of India, Shashi Dharanji was talking about the L1 business, and so you know that in order to get an order, purchase order from government, how much each company or an OEM has to struggle. And the OEM keeps shouting and going and marketing, we have this one of the best technologies, but that's okay. But how do you get it implemented into the place where it is best suited for? That's the challenge that today is and was. And we as BSNL are trying to play that connecting role between the available technologies and a government department to become the bridge between making it happen which is the Prime Minister's dream, and which, being a government public sector, is our desire, and it's our, I would say it's our duty. I would say it is, it is for this reason that we are there. The public sector basically engages the common man or connects the common man to the government systems and department. So this is where we come from. So when I look at data center, it is growing so fast. We already know that if data center, it is defined, maybe if you define it by two major parameters. One is that how many square feet of area a data center occupies. And number two is that what is the power consumption of the IT infrastructure the data center has. If we have to define a data center, these are the two things by which we define. Earlier we say so many terabytes of storage, but that does not define a data center now. Today we look at, how much of power it is consuming. So today when we look at, if you look at the various data that we have in the public domain, more than 1 lakh, square, feet of, the data center land occupation or the space occupation, and around 700, megawatts of power, the IT power, I would say, the power required to sustain those IT equipment. This is the level at which we are today. But the way we are growing and the demand is growing, it will double itself in next 2 years. And that is where the challenge and that is where the opportunity to all of us who are sitting over here, that we can grow up and grab this challenge and take this challenge and grow our businesses and grow our departments, grow our organizations to have all these technologies put across in the by the use of data center to have all these technologies. We've talked about, so therefore the first thing, the challenge that comes up because of this large development and the growth possibilities for the data center is that whether it is a green kind of technology, whether it is a sustainable kind of a data center that we are looking up. And I'm sure that as we deliberate today, various technology providers, the OEMs, we will talk, you'll be talking about this very important area, is that whether our data center, is it a green technology, is a sustainable technology. So the parameters that look at is PUC, which is talks about how much is the consumption or power consumption effectiveness that we have, which talks about how much efficiently we are using the power to have the data center. And the scale, generally, routinely, if I am correct, it will be around between 1.6 to 1.8. That calculation happens where the total infrastructure power consumption divided by the power consumed by the IT infrastructure or the data center. That ratio talks about how efficiently we are using the power. So typically it is between 1.6 to 1.8%. Now, as we grow up and as the technology provided, if we bring it down closer to 1, that should be one of our goals, to make it as a green or more greener kind of data center. Because as the numbers grows, as the power grows, a small percentage will make a huge difference for the country. The number 2 is that whether we can use the solar technology or the wind energy or any alternate technology to generate that power for the data center. That is another challenge. If we can do that, the carbon emission or zero carbon kind of target, or how close that we can reach into the zero carbon target, that should be one of our major concerns to all the big data center providers and all the technology providers who are working in the space of making a data center greener. That is one thing which I would like to flag, and let the deliberation bring out this thing, what is the best that is available today. And we would love to know also ourselves that how we can engage with you to make greener data centers. The second part is, of course, the data localization that we talked about, where the data is housed. As Shashidharanji pointed out, we put all our credentials onto a different applications, apps, and where does the data go and how it is used or misused. That is what is a big challenge to everybody and to the government and to the country. And therefore, the RBI, brought out, dictate that in 2018 that all data which is concerning to financial technologies, the storage, the processing, the transmission, everything should happen from the servers which are housed in the country. That means it should not go outside. And so, again, this is a big opportunity that we have to have data center for all the financial transactions that happens in the country has to be done through the servers which are housed in the country and moves within the country. So this is another area that is data localization that we work on. The third thing that I would like to maybe mention here is a resilient, a resilient and maybe a secure one, which is what is again very important. So we have been recently working on cybersecurity, and because a new area, and we entered into there, and we are already partnering with good and the best people across the country, how we can bring in the cybersecurity part of it into government servers, into government data centers, so that whether it be the cooperative banks or whether it be our organizations which which are sensitive organizations which need cybersecurity interface, we are positioning ourselves that if we can help that out, we'll be available to do that, and we're already working towards that we can partner with the right people who will bring in the best cybersecurity, interfaces into those data centers and the security concerns and the security part of it. As resilient we should be. Every data center knows that we must have proper, DCs, the DRs, the recovery data centers, and distributed network so that we do not lose the network. All those things, I think most of the data center operators, they work on this thing, that we have a resilient as well as a secure data center. So therefore, the design is very important. So people who are the architects of data center and who can work on the best data center, I think we need to value them and need to engage them. Like for any good building, you need the best of the architect. Whether it is a city architecture, you need the best of them, so that one mistake that is done at the inception cannot be corrected for years together, and we continue to lose because we have done a wrong architecture at the foundational level. So when we are building particularly the big data centers, it's very important that we have a data center architect, the best of them, available across the world or in India, to be part of that data center build-up ecosystem. Because how the network is structured will save a lot of cost and energy and money to each data center operator. How we can be more of a edge data center where we reach to the, have smaller, data networks available nearer to the user agency, so that, the latency of the data is very small, and it is quickly scale and reaches up, the speed increases. All those things become very important as we grow up in the network. So I think these are few things which came into my mind, and I thought I need to share with us. And we would love, as I say everywhere, all the good private OEM companies, the startup companies, if you have technologies which can help the government of India, you can come and partner with us. We are open to partnerships, so that we know that there is a problem statement or there is a need for such and such data center or such and such technology to be made available to a particular department or organization. You can come to us, we can build up and stitch up an ecosystem together and present to the organization, and thereby participate in tenders together, or do it if it is very confidential and secure network. You can partner with us. We can do the due diligence, present it to the client, and do whatever is required to make this nation to be a rich data center nation, and have our own Make in India data centers, so that what the Prime Minister's dream of digital governance, we make it possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that insightful address from you. And now moving on, for the special address, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting our very special guest, Shri Vivek Duaji, General Manager, CFA, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. And let's put our hands together to welcome him for the special address.
Thank you. A very good morning. Namaskar. Local is more important than global, right? So to connect with people is always a passion, personally for me, because from there the learning starts. Myself, Vivek Dua. I'm a general manager at BSNL corporate office. I head the fiber to home and Wi-Fi business. Sorry. So before coming to corporate office, I have spent almost 10 years in data centers, my early days. It was started 2010 from Hyderabad when I was heading the billing and other operations for South Territory, and then I moved to North. So by living in South part of India, it was culturally very enriching, but technologically I found that they are at least 10 years ahead of what we think sitting in North. One simple example which I cite quite often, it was 1 month or 2 months I was in Hyderabad, and I was lunchtime I was home, and then I got down from the car and I was handing over my electricity bill to my driver. And when I was handing over, the security guard just approached me. He said, "You are handing over the electricity bill to your driver?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Because last time, first month, I tried to pay, it was a long queue, and then he advised me, you come 1 o'clock and then you can pay the bill easily. So I'm sending my driver at 1 o'clock. He said, "Why don't you pay online?" This was an advice coming from somebody who was like 55 years. I was 35 that time. And then that advice really hit me. I said, online, because I had moved from Chandigarh to Hyderabad, and Chandigarh that time, the online payment didn't work. So I asked him, "It really works?" He said, "Yes, it works. Read the instructions." No, we as North India are very casual about reading instructions given on certain things. No, so it was a very small, a bus ticket size kind of a bill, very small. So again, to go through that instruction was cumbersome, but still I just casually read that. I said, "Nothing important here." No, read it properly. He insisted, "Read it properly." Then I again read, the URL link was given. And then reading properly, I said, now he's stressing so hard, I need to go home and then try that rather than be more offensive here. And that was the end of my physical payments to the counters in the electricity department. So that's the way the society thinks. That's the way the technology culture evolves. And that's how everybody starts contributing to the growth of technology. It's not through the international papers and all those things that we keep talking about that the learnings come. A lot of learning comes because of that thing that you must have seen, the Slumdog Millionaire. No, he was there. And then whatever he answered was because of the practical learnings he had, and he could answer everything that was there in that big arena. So we see a lot of champions, frankly, within India, down south. That's how the technology has really evolved fast in south part of India than west part of India. And we have more salesmen sitting out of north who sell technology to everybody around India or outside India. But that's good, short and crisp. I would like to briefly put what is the agenda that has been shared. I'm sorry today my boss was expected to speak here, but then Shashiji asked me that because he's not coming, you need to spare time and do that job. So I'll try to do my best and see that I'm able to put across few important learnings of myself during those 10 years that I have spent in data centers and see if it can benefit all of you. So the topics anyway, such a huge list was given to me that it would require a good number of days to deliberate in detail. But I thought I'll just put few important things in front of you: building resilient data centers, decarbonizing data center, sustainable practices, then modernization and rapid deployment, industry-friendly regulation. Now to put few facts quickly before you, all startups have a cloud-first strategy. Today, the ecosystem of data centers definitely has that participation from the startups happening because they want to move fast, and technological hurdles should not hamper the growth of business. That's how all of them latch on to the cloud. 2010, when I attended one workshop of Google in Hyderabad, I saw at least 200 engineers who were invited by Google into that workshop, and it was such a beautiful discussion that happened about using the cloud for all the innovation that was happening by those engineers sitting back in their homes, not sitting in the offices, right? So cloud-enabled innovation those years, and you can imagine very well 2022 what should be the situation today. So cloud definitely is one of the biggest enabler in innovation, and that's how the demand is increasing. Now comes the data security, which is a very big challenge. When everybody talks about data, equally important is the security of data. So the challenge that it poses, individuals who are into the innovation process get a little scared, and they do not want to put their hands into all those security ideas or the concerns. So sitting on the cloud is taken as a safer proposition, because then security will be taken care by the cloud service provider. And last and importantly, as I said, because demand is increasing, supply side is also exponentially increasing. Kuruvilla sir mentioned 1 lakh square feet, but my imagination would go beyond 10 lakh minimum that we would be having in this country, because almost 30,000 is contributed by BSNL, so definitely the country, the square foot or the data center floor space would be much, much larger. So supply side is exponentially increasing, there is no doubt on that. Now coming to the important theme, which is the sustainable practice in data center. It can be a very, very long list, but I like to put only few things before you, just to see that the time is properly utilized. Have a look at this picture. So having this picture for a data center conclave may look awkward, but situation happens to be very similar in data center also when you look at data. When you go to a doctor, the first thing they'd ask you is to check your weight, and then tell you that a good number of problems could be related only to your weight, not to anything else. And you just need to cut down the crap and focus on the job, be thin and lean. I remember my days, initially I had a lot of luxury in terms of compute and storage I had in data center. So one guy would come and say that, no, we have to have the bill run, and you are asking to do 10 lakh bills in a window of 4 hours. You give me so much of compute, you give me so much of storage. I had half a petabyte of SAN storage those days, 2010. It was quite a luxury. And I said, okay, allocate him. Because I have a data center in charge, those folks from hardware and the software and everybody would be reporting to me, and I felt like a king allocating left and right whatever I had. But hardly 3 months into all this funny business, 4 months or 5 months into the billing process, the guy came up and said, sir, you asked to complete the billing in 4-hour window, now it has increased to 7 hours. I said, this is not possible, how you can do that? Because I have the final business objective of doing the bill run in 4 hours, you can't increase it to 7. The next month it increased to 10, whatever small adjustments I could do in the first month. Then it increased to 12 hours. Then it was a shocker to me. From 4 hours, it has gone to 12 hours within the 3 to 4 months. There must be something seriously going wrong. Then one of the smart guys around, he was the database administrator, I said, what's happening here? Every time you are doing some database tuning, I hear that, and then things do improve marginally, but not substantially. So what is the problem? He said, there's something called cold data, and there's something called hot data, if you understand. He was a boy of 23 or 24, I was 35. So somebody of 22, 23 asking me if you know cold data and hot data, they can explain you more, else let me do my job. I said, please sit down, explain me for half an hour, and then maybe I can take some decision. He said, while the bill run is happening, there's a lot of data on the tables which is not required, but we still have to have that data in the databases because that's a mandate you have given to keep the data. And then hot data getting mixed up with the cold data, probably the things would be slowed down, and then net result would be you see from 4-hour window, it has increased to 12-hour window. I'm narrating these stories because everybody faces the same problem. Even today when I talk to people back in Hyderabad, Pune or Bangalore, Though from a half a petabyte, the data centers are like 5 petabyte or 10 petabyte, the problems have not changed. Only the narrative have changed, but the solution will still remain to be the same, which I am explaining shortly to you. The mixing up of hot data and cold data is something that I ventured, I figured out, and then by the advice of that 22-year boy, which came that you please decide better on your archival policy. He talked about archival policy to me. He said, your contractual requirement is keep the data in the databases for 1 year because some billing complaint may come and we'll have to fetch the invoice from the system. And then if it is not in the production system, then probably, sir, you blame us, so everything has to be kept. I look back at the contract requirement, and the contract was written like 7 years back. Because tendering process, work awarding, execution, and first year into the operation, if not 7 years, it was 5-year-old kind of a documentation done for the contract. And when I looked at that piece, I found that today, if a bill is issued and customer is to complain about the invoice or the bill, the time period given by the regulator is 3 months. So you need not have invoices in the system older than 3 months. And if anything older is required for any kind of a retrieval in future, let it go into the archives. So what flab or the extra fat I was maintaining in my system called the cold data was cut down by 50%, and next month I was really lean and thin, and my system came back to some 6 hours or 5 hours. So the idea here is that the business agility depends on the data agility. That's the message I wanted to convey so that the decision makers can take benefit of this, which in turn is dependent of making sense out of tons of data that are sitting in the data center. So if business decisions are to be fast, the head of the organization, the CEO and the CIO must handshake regularly on how data is moving in the data center. I'm repeating the word, how the data is moving in the data center. The motion of data has to be closely looked at. And somebody may say, the silly thing called archival policy, is it the CEO's job? If the business does not require the data, you please remove that data. For compliances, you can keep it elsewhere. The hot data, which is required for business decisions, you keep it in the live systems. And then take your decisions faster and better. So hot data versus cold data is one argument, one discussion, one deliberation that must happen very regularly by the business owners. That's the message I wanted to share with all of you. You probably may seek some fun in talking about petabytes of data that you have in your data center, but that's not the key thing that you should look at. The agility of business is more important, and if it's thin and lean, it could be gigabytes or megabytes, you could be still better. I remember one of my seniors, my CGM of the IT projects, Mr. Sen, he was asked by one of his friends, both of it like 55, 57, and because Mr. Sen was heading the IT projects, and he was a popular man in BSNL, his friend asked him, hey Sen, you are a popular man, but I do not know what is data center. So he was privately asking him so that people don't take it otherwise that a 57-year man doesn't know what is a data center. So Sen was also a little taken back how to respond to his friend who thinks that he is very, very smart and handling data centers. So his answer should not confuse him. So Sen Saab said, hey, you know what is a computer center? That man obviously said, yes, I know computer center. That was a common term used those days. He said, we have 200 computer centers in BSNL. If you put all of them together into one place, then it is called a data center. And the other man said, wow, very good, very good. The nice answer, simple answer you have given me, I have understood. So explaining the concept data center itself, 2010, was a very big challenge. And if today you talk about data center, I think people who are into first year of engineering also understand what is a data center. So explaining the whole concept today has become relatively much easier, but the smart piece is seriously missing. The smart piece of data center is still today seriously missing. People talk about smart cities, but nobody talks about smart people. That's the problem we are continuously entering into. We are being thrown with a lot of jargon, a lot of concepts coming from outside India. We end up selling those concepts, but to make systems agile, faster, smarter, you need smarter people, and smarter people need to think wiser. So on the last thing that, only last two things that I'll touch quickly before I wrap up. One is, talking about the government interventions or the government regulatory roles. Probably you can go through some good consultation papers which have already been floated by a regulator, inviting inputs from everyone. And then you can see in those concept papers, there's a lot of talk about data centers, the CDNs, the interconnect exchanges, and the data ethics and related things. So it's a very interesting 120+ page document, and a lot of consultation has happened on this. So my request to the audience will be more participative while all these forums are inviting your inputs. One good announcement that I discovered, which has been done recently by the government, is that data centers, giving them the status of infrastructure. So anybody who is equal to or above 5 megawatt of electrical capacity in the IT load will be given the infrastructure status. What does it mean is that you have access to good institutional credit, which is very important for growing the data center business. So this classification really helps the investors to put more money and have the data centers really grow bigger and faster. Last thing is about the decarbonizing thing, which is a very interesting thing. I, coming from an IT background or a telecom background, had a least idea about the energy efficiency of data centers. But 1 year into data center, when the electricity bill was touching almost 25 lakh those days, it came as, frankly, a shock to me that such huge is the expense for the facility I am running. Because 25 lakhs per month those days, any large establishment of BSNL will have something like 5-7 lakhs of the major locations that we had. And data center having 25 was like a big question to me, how it's happening. But then I discovered that's the fact. Because I'm having so many servers, storage and cooling and blah, blah, this is bound to happen. So then we had the electrical experts and the power engineers and everybody sit together that this is coming as a big cost. We need to work on this. And as I said, data itself is the problem. In the data center, the data itself is the problem. So if you don't look at the data piece, how to minimize the footprint of data, the other things is kind of a chain reaction. So you can't handle those problems which are in the subsequent part of the chain. The root or the basis is the data itself. So address the basic problem, and then of course a lot of cooling and related stuff you will figure out. I saw a couple of data centers on energy conservation measures. I visited Microsoft in Hyderabad, then Cisco in Bangalore, then NetApps in Bangalore. So I visited a good number of data centers to figure out what are the good practices they are following. Simply, for example, isolating the cold and the hot aisle gives such a huge advantage in the data center. But very few people I have seen in Bangalore also do have that practice. Probably those days NetApps had done it the best way of all the facilities that I saw. But because I was visiting everything which was more than 10,000 square feet, I expected most of them to do that except BSNL, who wasn't doing that time. But then I saw the problem remains to be the same for most of the people, though you have all the good papers and the architects, everybody moving around. So energy is a serious problem, and as Sir said, you need to have the right architects in the first place in your team to address this problem. And having architects of a global experience will be much more beneficial than doing some cost cutting on the architect and then ending up spending multiple times on the operations. So we need to be very, very careful about who is our architect for the data center or the facility as a whole. So Sir has already explained about the power utilization or the power usage effectiveness. I think most of you are aware. I just put it on the screen for you for the sake of convenience. But the important in my last slide is about the energy forecast, which is very, very alarming. This was published somewhere around 2019 end. which says the global electricity demand, data centers would be contributing to almost 21%. And within that, if you see the networks and data center, the blue and the green, are like taking almost 80% of the consumption. So if we are not focused on this problem and the solutions around it, the energy havoc is going to be huge. So we'll have a lot of speakers speaking in detail on these things. You'll have more fun and enjoyment listening to all of them. So I thank you for a patience hearing, and then let's continue with the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that informative presentation we had from you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the special address, I would like to invite Dr. Devesh Tyagi. He is the Senior Director, Software Technology Parks of India, STPI. And please put your hands together to welcome him.
Thank you, madam. Good morning. I am Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director with Software Technology Parks of India. We are mainly doing the export promotion job for the country, and the IT boom which you see mainly credit to STPI. The policies and plan which government has envisioned during 1986 to 1993 has made STPI a policy-driven organization. So when we started in around 1991, there was huge challenges in front of country. We have to see there was almost no IT infrastructure across country, no data communication facilities, and there was no computing power which was available in the country. So we had started at that point of time, and we had consulted various stakeholders or the industry leaders which were doing some other type of businesses. So they told us that in case you want to develop IT in the country, you have to produce a conducive ecosystem. So we realized that, and then STPI was granted Class A ISP license along with BSNL at that point of time. We started with 3 centers in the country, and today now we are having 62 centers across the country, and we are present in length and breadth of the country. We came up with a policy, we called it Infrastructure Service Providers Facility Policy, wherein which we ourselves didn't create, because STPI tried to be play a promotional role and a facilitator role. We take industry as a partner with us. So we thought that the plan and policies will be driving, and other infrastructure things and other things, services, the industry, it should be leave to the industry. At that point of time, we created what we call reach to 6.28 lakh crores. And this industry is currently providing 50 lakhs jobs across the country to our youths. So this is the journey which we had undertaken in the last 3 decades. And we had developed ourselves along with the industry. So first thing that we created was the IT infrastructure through our centers, and most of our centers are in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. We started with Tier A cities, Tier 1 cities, then we moved slowly to Tier 2, Tier cities, because we see the next development will come from these cities only. You see, we can give the example of Indian cricket team. Previously, what is the difference between today's cricket team and yesterday's cricket team? What we see today, that most of our players are from the smaller cities. And previously, they were coming from all big cities. So we also envisioned that, and we started rolling out our services in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Along with this, STPI has started creating data centers since last 5 to 6 years. I will just give you a brief how STPI center is envisioned and it is created. We had a state executive board, and whatever state government, whosoever great state government wants, they approach us with a proposal that these are the forthcoming IT destinations and STPI should be established here. So we call it as a state contribution. So generally, a state government provides us land, and on that the infrastructure is built by STPI. And each and every STPI center is typically has a data center. Why? Because when we started, we found there was no computing power, no bandwidth connectivity in the country, and no IT infrastructure. So we decided to provide this to the entrepreneurs which were jumping into the IT business. So at that point of time, we were only saying to the entrepreneurs that you come with a proposal and we will provide you everything. So our centers were providing computing facility, data center facility, as well as the bandwidth services. Today, we had only changed to that extent that nowadays we say just walk in STPI office with your laptop, and then you start doing your business, exporting business with the help of the statutory services which is provided by STPI. So when we reached around 2015-16 with the announcement of Digital India program by Honorable Prime Minister, we also aligned ourselves with the vision of Ministry of Electronics and IT. The main vision was that we were shifting from IT-ITS business to being a product nation for the country. Because we had done very well in service sector, we are contributing around 50 to 55% of total IT services business in the world, across the globe, and we don't have anything in products. So that only very minimum we are standing there. So our ministry's vision is now to get our IT industry from service industry to the product industry, because there is the wealth there and it is the future. So aligned to that, we had started establishing Center of Entrepreneurship, what we call them. We call them a Center of COE, Center of Entrepreneurship in the emerging technologies. So till today, we had established around 21 Center of Entrepreneurship across the country, and we are doing we are a Center of Entrepreneurship in AI, we have in data analytics, we have in blockchain, and you name anything. And apart from this, we had also gone into various domains as well. Our Center of Entrepreneurship at Chennai is called as FinBlue, which is in financial technologies. We had opened Center of Entrepreneurship in Agri-Tech, beside others. Recently, we are in talk with the ISRO, so that because they are now opening up their data for the consumption of and that conversion of the data and providing that data to the persons as large or people as large, we are going to sign an MOU with ISRO, and we are going into that domain as well. So how we can do this? Because typically I told this journey was not envisioned previously, but with advent of digital technology, we have to do these things. Because every center which we were creating, we made that center as data center ready. The strength and other things that are required to create a data center, we kept our IT infrastructure ready previously itself. So whatever need till we STPI is having today, we do not rush for the infrastructure. We are having enough infrastructure, and we are providing those services to the startup, like data analytics service. We have to establish a data analytics lab. We were able to do it in last time period of 3 to 6 months. Because that infrastructure was ready, only we have to take the IT infrastructure, active components with us. So this is the vision we are carrying forward, and we definitely see that data centers are the future. Apart from this, STPI has made its service as well as online. So previously, 5-6 years back, the IT entrepreneur has to visit STPI center to get those statutory services. But presently, the IT entrepreneur need not to visit STPI centers, and you will be happy to note that we are providing 42 type of services to IT entrepreneurs at their doorsteps. So this has happened that due to the digitization which we had envisioned in 2015, and today we are standing here. So I invite you all, because STPI now envisioning further things, that we want to use as all our centers as computing data centers. So recently we had floating RFP for this. We had already got some responses, and we are evaluating that. And we want that our main data centers, which are 5 in numbers, and along with that, the existing 57 data centers, which are mostly in tier 2, tier cities, we are going to provide edge computing service to this. Apart from this, we are coming up with 25 new centers as well. So we at STPI definitely understand the power of data centers and their requirement, and definitely we are going to, in collaboration with the industry, provide those services to the industry in coming time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting Shri Golok Kumar Simliji, CTO Passport Seva Project, Ministry of External Affairs. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our very special guest for the inaugural session. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Let me at the outset thanks Bharat Exhibition, Sri Sasidhar and team for inviting me here. I also greet all my co-panelists on the dais and the audiences present here. Some of the previous speaker has spoken about the green technology on the data center. How do we architect and design the data center? But I'd like to put up some other perspective of the data center. The way the digital journey we have started in India, let's say, in and around 2005-06, when we actually started National E-Governance Plan of India in the country. And from there on, if I really see the way we have moved ahead on the data center side, especially in terms of applications, in terms of businesses, in terms of industry participation into the data center parlance, I think we have moved ahead from the traditional way and conventional way of looking the data center into today. If you ask me, we are talking about how do we provide a hyperscaler, how do we provide a hyper automation kind of a scenario into the data center. And why is that? Why is that those scenarios are evolving? Let me quote a small example. If I give example of my Passport Seva program itself, I'm crossing a metadata size of around 12 terabyte. I'm also crossing the documentation size almost 90 terabyte. Now imagine this is one application I'm talking about. And there are so many such applications within not only the government system, but other side of from the industry side, private side. And if this is the growth of the data, how do we see that that the data is kind of a managed, maintained. Our colleague from BSNL was saying that we must understand our data sets well. We must also understand our data points well, saying that what is our transactional data, what is the data we need to archive, what is the data strategy you have in place. Most of the time, at least I have realized that we do not have a data strategy in place. We do not understand our workload well in terms of transactional workload, in terms of archive workload, in terms of data sets which we are dealing with in the data centers. Now, when we are talking to the industry, again, what we realize that, this kind of segregation, classifications, one is at the data side, second is how do your application is behaving on the data centers, and third is what is the actual beneficiaries and masses are seeking from in terms of, let's say, services or benefits or any schemes per se, right? So if you collaborate and kind of a combine all together, I think there are two factors which is coming out very clearly and which we are realizing that the first factor is that we call PPP. We have gone much ahead from some sort of a post facto kind of a scenario or investigations or analysis. Today we are talking something about the predictive scenario. So I am really looking for a data centers which can predict. Can it predict the load? Can it predict the kind of a businesses I am looking for? And if it can predict, how do I take a proactive action? So another point I'm looking into the data center is, can my data center take a self-correction, auto-response kind of a scenario, right? And some of these scenarios we are already achieving with the use of AI ML into the data center aspects. I'll also give another example. We have also seen a scenario saying that most of these services, now we are trying to deliver nearest to the users. Wherever the user is, which location they are, which or whatever devices they are trying to access these applications or services. Now, if that is the scenario, the shift is, it is no more from data all the way traveling to a compute. It's other way now. It is compute to data. It is no more data to compute, but we say data to compute. So the new data centers, the new kind of a hyperscaler we are looking for is, can the data center give me that facility wherever user is, which devices, or kind of a 24/7 kind of a scenario if I need to access, can I have that kind of a features, facilities, availability, performance from my data centers. So that is one of the shift we are observing. The second shift we are observing, especially after COVID-19, this coexistence of physical plus digital, coexistence of on-premises plus cloud. This coexistence is going to exist for another 3, 4, 5 years, definitely for 3 to 5 years. Now, if that is the case, another kind of we as a government or someone from industry, we need to ensure that how do you coexist, but still we do business, especially after COVID, whenever we realize that every corporate network, every corporate data center, every corporate application went into a remote mode. And the kind of shift we are observing in terms of workforce realignment, in terms of your workload readjustment, in terms of your workflow, the application realignment, and in terms of content and context. In all sense, if you see that coexistence is going to, as I said, exist for another 3-5 years. So the data center designing, data center architecture, whatever we are doing, especially on the government side, the movement is on a hybrid way. We will continue to exist our critical and kind of a sovereign data, maybe on a on-premises kind of a scenario, but we will also be looking some side of my kind of a routine load or kind of a other load into a cloud kind of an environment. So can I have that kind of a coexistence when I look towards the industry? Can I have that kind of a traceability, visibility and observability in the data centers when I'm creating such facilities for masses at large or citizen at large? The other two factors I would also like to mention here, saying that if you see various use cases, for an example, I'll quote two use cases. Whenever we are trying to deliver services, one is the section of the society or the masses who are really kind of availing those kind of internet facility or computer at home or that kind of a broadband connectivity our earlier speakers are talking about. But think and imagine of those section of society, those section of masses who probably do not have access to computer and internet at home, who probably do not have that luxury to have that kind of a bandwidth at the remote places, and those illiterate and kind of a semi-literate masses. Now, if I'm looking to a data center where my applications are hosted, can I give that same experience to my users staying at those remote corner of the villages or those semi-literate and illiterate masses? In a way, I am trying to mention here, saying that can the services and facilities I am delivering from the data center give the way they understand? No, the services are available the way they want to access, and probably this is one of the big achievements we could achieve in the Passport Seva program. Today, believe me, either you apply from Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai or Hyderabad, or in a remote person applying a passport services from a remote corner of, let's say, UP, MP, Maharashtra, absolutely there is no difference. But it was not so easy to achieve, in terms of data center design and architecture, in terms of delivering services closer to the user, in terms of delivering the services the way, the language they understand, right? So how do we achieve those kind of a scenario when I am thinking for a data centers, right? So that is one of the major factor. The other factor I must mention, saying that when I'm dealing so much of a data, so much kind of a categories and varieties of data, in terms of if you see the security and privacy concerns, most of the time we see that the security and privacy, we think it lies upon processes, it lies upon rules, regulation sides, or maybe at the best it lies upon your businesses you are dealing. But no, it's not rest there, but it also kind of touches upon your platform and infrastructure you are creating, right? So in terms of dealing with the data security, what I personally believe, saying that one side it is your processes, your policies, your kind of the kind of businesses you are dealing, but at the same time when we are designing our data centers and applications, we also must see that that security principle is taken care by design. When I say by design, right from your database tier to your host tier to your OS tier to your application tier, then to your perimeter tier, and maybe you are exposing some part of your module through the cyberspace. If you take care of this kind of a security, design, access and authorization principle into your data center, whether it is a on-prem data center or a cloud variance data center, and if you can create that kind of a traceability and observability across the ecosystem, which probably somehow I am able to manage that, I think one way you are in a kind of a assuring and ensuring yourself that even if there is a security breach happening, or even if there is a security incidents happening, you are not landing into this cyber crisis kind of a scenario. Because you know, you understand your holistic ecosystem end to end. You also know if there is a cyber incidents or let's say some sort of a security breach, how do you come out from that scenario? So the most of the, again, scenario, what we are observing, saying that when we are defining and designing our security framework into the data center, I think the holistic way, looking into the security framework, going up to the user, and then coming back saying that what kind of tools and technologies I have deployed, which ensures me, even if there is a security incident happening, there is a way to come out. We are not kind of moving towards a cyber crisis kind of a scenario. And most of these critical applications, whether it is power sector, whether it is health sector, whether it is passport, GSTNs, I think every one of us, we have to think and act on those directions. The last thing on the privacy concerns, I think when we are collecting data, if you can realize something we will call principal owner of the data, something we call custodian of the data, and then something we call secondary use of the data. Now, where we need to focus? We need to focus the user of the data. It is no more the data is lying with the principal owner of the data or with the custodian of the data, but most of the time what we are realizing that the data is being used for some secondary purposes. If I am using that data or your data for some secondary purpose, how do I make accountable the user of the data mostly into the your privacy framework? I think most of our laws evolving, including the data protection law which is coming forward, we'll realize that it is not simply the principal owner of the data, but right up to the user of the data, how they will be brought into the privacy framework. The last thing before I stop my speech, I must say that ICT is no more, it is no more, now we call information and communication technology, but ICT is all about innovation, collaboration, and transfer of knowledge. If we can convert that ICT into this ICT, I think whatever we are looking forward in terms of data centers, in terms of our citizens and masses at large, I think the opportunities look very bright and kind of a very good in my way. So thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those valuable inputs we had from you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next special address, I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Gary Singh, President IIRS, RIS Consulting. Let's put our hands together to welcome our special guest for the special address.
Respected Chief Guest, Kuruvilaji, power-punched professional on the dais, it has been wonderful to listen to you, very visionary but at the same time very practical thoughts. Great audience, including my respect for people in uniform and great players like Flo Daniels who've been adding on to the growth of data centers in India. But my first thank to Shashidharanji for putting all this so well together. Not only it's an apt topic, but he's got everybody who's relevant to the topic here. So thank you so much. My thoughts are definitely a little different. I'm the party spoiler today. I know you would have seen a lot of this data regularly, and I think there has been a lot of cheer in the market. We're growing at a great pace, and CAGR is this much, and a lot of other details of how this complete data center industry has been growing. But if I really look at the factors which are growing, then we need to map whether we're growing up to the potential. I'm very sure all are aware that how our great visionary Prime Minister Modi ji has given the drive for digitization. And this digitization is across all functions. It's not only what most of us who are staying in cities look at, Paytms and digital payments, even how the interaction with the rural class takes place, there is a lot of digitization there. How even these subsidies reach there, how they monitor, there's a lot of. So even governance in seeing digitization, this definitely is one very big factor, which is a growth. We are reaching a service-driven economy. Typical first world, if you look at, there is too much of a service-driven rather agrarian economy, which traditionally we've been looking at. There's a lot of rapid addition of service overall and linked to the SaaS and other things, which there are a lot of data-hungry technologies. These technologies, I mean, yes, COVID did add on the rocket jets behind these technologies to move much faster. I'm very sure all of you have, if not used, have at least heard of, or if somebody in your home has already been tasked to order on Zomato, Swiggy, Urban Company, and so on and so forth. Not only these technologies need data, instant data, resilient data, secure data, but at the same time, there is a lot of analytical process which goes on. So there is a huge amount of work. When I say secure data, something we all don't talk about, one of the very big growth factor for the data center industry are hackers. Because if hacker hacks your data, you want to have a backup somewhere else. That means immediately you have a double growth available, so we must thank the hackers as well. At the same time, when we are looking at automation needs and AI, ML, yes, they are great. But considering Kuruviraji has worked in Doordarshan and otherwise, if I may take the example of just one new segment of the industry emerging, which is OTT. So initially, sir, we used to have a live cricket match, and that was it. But now, on the OTT platform and even on a Tata Sky or somewhere, I can pause it. That means it's also getting live recorded, so there's a data need immediately. I may not only pause it, which is not much happening in cricket, but if you look at some of the European football, I can change the angle I was looking the match from. So that means there are multiple layers of data within that, so obviously size goes up. At the same time, there is something very interesting, because let's say there is a new release of movie on OTT, definitely a lot of people want to see it. So if you're going to put this somewhere in US, the latency is not going to allow you to see it very well. So I was discussing with Flo Daniels and they did confirm. So even the temporary staging of data closer to the users or the viewers takes place. That means if there is a new Bangla movie on, higher number of Calcutta people may be likely to see it. So you will have a temporary data there till the time the usage or the viewer numbership goes down and the new movie is about to release. So even the single data is stored at so many places. Obviously, we all have seen that we were not saying so many good mornings and good evenings and happy Diwalis, and sometimes I don't even know which all festivals you get wishes for. But yes, since the communication has become easy, and we Indians especially love those posters, we don't want to type. There's a poster forward, and world complains every morning that Indians have slowed down the net. But all this is also stored. So the data need is huge. So if I really look at what we were doing 5 years back, and how much of data usage we are doing, and at that point of time, whatever CAGR number is being talked about, I think it's very, very low number. So while we are celebrating the growth, but it's a growth, when your kid had the potential to score 95%, you're scoring 75. I'm playing against Bangladesh, I should have made 220 overs, but I'm making 120 and I'm still celebrating. So it's also a challenge. All of us, part of the industry, need to understand and ensure that we need to capture the missing potential, the missing growth that we are having. And that's where I want to talk about a little bit. And even if you look at data, it's very visible. This is the data with other countries, right? So even if you look at, well, obviously, the New Zealands and those places are still far more digitized. They started much earlier. Indonesia, and there are a lot of other places which are far ahead. So there is a lot to be done as well, apart from just the celebration and what all we have achieved. And again, this is my personal assessment with like the caveats come in. the show organizers may not be blamed for anything which is not liked by people. So I can be blamed. I'm happy to be blamed. So when we're looking at globally how this data center industry is comparing, because if you looked at the CAGR and growth and a lot of other factors, you must have also seen, is the North America, which is going to bring the maximum growth. And data is not like water. You need to make huge effort to transfer. You have pipes. Pipes are very efficient these days. You need to ensure that you become a preferred place to store data. Not only yours, but even the world's data. Why not? Because you have infra cost which is much lower. Imagine the cost of a tier B Indian city to make a building and run a building vis-a-vis Tokyo, New York, or even tier B or tier C city of USA or Europe. So you are straightway serving that as an advantage to the world. Forget India, to the world. Ops cost. Our salaries, moment they compare it to dollars, pounds, any other currency, they look so reasonable. So you are, again, getting a lot of good ops cost on the table. Connectivity, I'm cutting it out. We're not well placed. In spite of whatever has happened in the country, our connectivity is not great. Even, yes, the number of users, and I'm very sure if you want to see how well connected we are, forget the big optics and everything else. Whichever mobile telephony provider, service provider has given you a SIM card, you will have a lot of outages. Forget the slowness. Because we have 1.3 billion, nobody was ready for it. But we love to exchange data. We love wishing each other. We love to see, we love all these things. So the connectivity is not ready. And this is something, a very, very serious play we need to work on. Otherwise, not only will not be a preferred partners for local data, international data we can forget about. Security, I'm putting a question mark, because till now we have not even understood security. As very correctly said, data security is very complex. It is far more complex. And when I mention about security, I do not only want to put InfoSec professionals in place, I do want to include the law of the country, the law enforcement of the country, and judiciary of the country. Because all they are responsible to ensure if data is secure. If one of them doesn't understand what is data security, we will not have data security with us. Without taking any names, if I mention about an incident, you will understand that how intelligent or how much sarcastic I can be about the subject. So there was a particular Jayanti coming up of Baba Bhimrao Ambedkar, and as you know, a lot of people actually do searches for pictures and they want to make their own posters. Even if they're going for a rally, they want to carry a poster to show affection to that particular leader, deity, or otherwise. So somebody was doing that search, and he scrolled down further to find a better picture, because the top pictures he thought were common. He wanted something unique. Almost on the second page, there was a picture of a nude girl, but it came under searches of Baba Rao Ambedkar picture. He felt offended. Okay, rightly so. He went to police, lodged a complaint. FIR was also filed against the company, which was the search engine, giving you search results. Now, I'm okay with this individual not understanding how these search results, a logarithm or something happens. But what about the guy who has not only taken the complaint, put even FIR, and there were notices served to that search engine company, and I was somewhere involved in the overall dealing and advising. So finally, when search engine company is explaining, saying, well, again, you'll be able to know that it was Google. That's the most popular search engine company in the world. The IPS officer says, okay, if it's a logarithm which has pulled all this out, please bring your logarithm to me, I'd like to review it. Google's logarithm is multi-billion-dollar logarithm. That's what is there, in a way, oxygen. Now here's one IPS officer says, bring it on. I want to review it. It is surely the lack of understanding how this business is run. Believe me, when I work with a lot of data center operators and builders, till date, they have this fear that one day one of the enforcement agency of India can walk into my data center and will say, seal it, band karo sab kuch, because I have complained against you. And this is real fear. This is all showing when we're talking about data security or the legal position or the government policy, we have not worked enough. People who are lawmakers or law enforcement, and I will also put judiciary into it, we have not done enough. And this will never allow us to have any international data coming here, adding to the growth, creating new jobs, adding to the economy. Rather, it will continue to have the fear that even if possible, your local data will go outside. Right? So that's something I'm putting a question mark, but if I add on to the legal position in government policy, it becomes a cross. Local demand going up, yes. Tech support, we even are running data centers world over. So we can run our own data centers as well. We are best of the professionals there. So tech supports and anything that's needed, it's wonderfully available. At the same time, we have to understand that data has always been very, very important. Maybe the friends from forces will understand that if you know where has enemy hidden the weapons, thieves know where have you hidden your jewelry or thing, everything, this data. If known, then data security is important, so we need to play on all these factors. But what do we do? Again, my medicine, works or not is a second choice. People even take it or not is a second choice. I think one is, when we say demand for data, we need to carefully work as an industry and policy makers together, that we are able to create not only the local data stays local, because of all the benefits of ops, cost and things we bring in. How does we even become a preferred location for international data to come in here? Because there are certain data which is very soon going to become restricted. GDPR, the European law, right? Privacy law. US has a lot of data restriction in terms of what can go out of the country, what can stay there. You may not be knowing that a lot of IT players in India, when the people log in and work on their computing machines, they actually directly log into a server in USA or wherever they don't know. It's not locally here. Not even any storage happens locally. All this is because there are restrictions. So very soon, every country in the world, maybe don't count Africa as in it, they have not joined the game. Every country in the world will make it very clear. This is my country data, comes under a restricted category, it cannot go out. And then there will be a second category of data which will remain open, which can be stored anywhere. And this open category data, a lot of it is, which is already with private players. For example, Google, Facebook, all these private players, Twitter. And believe me, these players have more amount of data even than the government agencies now. Because everybody is part of it, everybody is celebrating there, everybody putting pictures, and at the same time, I want my picture of 20 years back also to be available when I want to see it. So all this will ensure that there is lot of data which will not be under restricted category. And as of now, Indian data centers, because of all these factors we just spoke, have not even raised their hand that please bring it here. We are already overwhelmed fulfilling certain demands created by RBI saying my financial data will not go out. Another agency saying this, privacy law coming up, maybe it'll put some restrictions. We are already overwhelmed because we are not able to develop our infrastructure to match those needs. Forget about putting our hand up and saying, international data, bring it on. That's where we need to be. That's where the industry has to play a role, government has to play a role. It's a national agenda, we should see it that way. It's a serious matter. So I will say, yes, demand for data. How do we ensure the demand for data, local storage goes up? Competency, yes, when I say competency, while we have tech support and a lot of other factors, but when it comes to the first step is the physical infrastructure, the second step, the technical infrastructure, third step of getting the right connectivity, fourth step of getting the right analytical players and other processing zones so that how it's stored, how it's managed is done, and then reaching the advanced stage of AI and ML. In this complete food chain, we do lack somewhere. When we are building up data centers, believe me, till today, there are a lot of developers who don't even know what is resiliency linked to data center. Till today, Our MEP consultant is still deciding where all the cameras should be put in. Our electrical cabling guy, since he has put cable till a point, camera wahi lagega. These are lack of competencies, because after all, there is a certain methodology, there are certain tier-based systems within the data center which demand all these aspects. So let's jump up from the nurseries and KGs and kindergartens to at least next level. It'll take time for us to reach college, but the competency on terms of giving confidence to international and local data center owners that we can handle it is very much needed. Now, this no interference zone, and again, very unique thing I'm going to say, may not be liked. Like Dr. Tyagi said, STPI made unique zones and all this was done. It's really time to create a zone within the country which is not regulated by the country. Let there be 100-acre, 5 places in India where none of the Indian laws are applicable. Let's be that bold. There will no such agency just walks inside and says, I'm here. No, this is outside the Indian laws. There are special laws for here. This is data center unit, which is feeding the world whatever data it needs. Can we be that bold? And a lot of countries have done it. We have started doing it as well, not that it's alien for us. Gift City, Gujarat, we are doing that. So if we can be that bold, we will change the world map of data centers, not only with what we do locally. And it's not so difficult. It's just about understanding what it is and saying, yes, it can be done. Well, last but not the least, I already said, resiliency is a challenge that we are working on. Yes, power is something which is not available to citizens till today. It's a national sort of a shame we all live with. But yes, if you need data centers, you need connectivity, you need power, you need response, and we're not up to the mark on those. And believe me, if we can achieve all this, we should really be looking at a CAGR growth of 50% and nothing less than that. So my appeal, possibly from this platform which has been so nicely designed, is that let's strive more, let's look at, there's a bigger potential we all live with, and let's look at 50% growth very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we close the proceedings of the inaugural session, I would request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our eminent speakers. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Shri George Kuribalaji to kindly do the honors of presenting. We begin by presenting to our keynote speaker, Mr. Tanuj Bhatnagar. I would request all of you to kindly step forward. Thank you very much indeed. We present to Shri Vivek Duaji. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation we had from you. We present to Dr. Devesh Tyagi. Thank you, sir. We present to Shri Golok Kumar Simli ji. Thank you, sir. We once again thank you, sir, for that informative address we had from you. And we present to Mr. Gary Singh, President IIRIS Consulting. And I would now request Mr. Shashidharan to present to our guest of honor, Shri George Kuruvilaji. Let's put our hands together for him. And I would request the panel for a group photograph. May I request our eminent panel for the inaugural session for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now break for tea. Tea break will be of 15 minutes only. We are already running behind schedule. We would request all of you to kindly be back in time and be seated for the next session, which is session 2 of technical presentations. Also, for the kind attention of all our eminent speakers, before you proceed for tea, we would request you to kindly load your presentations with us if you haven't done so far. Thank you.
It's the right time to start up India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX and our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with a selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
time to start up India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपना ये .in भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX in our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud, and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with the selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Once again requesting for all mobile phones to be put onto silent mode. We are ready to go ahead with the next session, session 2 of technical presentations. And may I invite on stage distinguished and eminent Session Chairperson, Shri Vivek Duaji, General Manager, CFA Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. A warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting all our eminent panelists for this session. I invite Mr. Jasjot Singh Dhang, Segment Lead Sales Lightstorm. Warm welcome to you, sir. I invite Dr. Chinmay Hegre, Managing Director, Astricos Consulting Private Limited. Warm welcome. I invite Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO TechBridge, to kindly join us on the stage. I invite Mr. Sudhir Kundar, Country Director, DCIX India, to kindly join us. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been informed one of our eminent speakers, Mr. Kanish Gaur, cybersecurity expert, will be joining us shortly. So once again, a very warm welcome to session 2 of technical presentations on the topic data center cloud transforming in accordance with new business models. And ladies and gentlemen, the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour 30 minutes, and we are already running behind schedule. So we would request all our eminent speakers to kindly limit their presentations to about 12 to 15 minutes each, which is also the allotted time for each presentation. And we will request to have question and answers in the end after all the presentations are over. Also, if there's a constraint of time, we have almost all the speakers staying back with us for the panel discussion post-lunch. We can have the discussions during the panel discussion session also. And with those words of introduction, I hand over to our distinguished chairperson, Shri Vivek Duaji, for your introductory remarks, sir, and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir.
So welcome to this second session of the day. The theme for discussion is data center cloud transformation in accordance with new business models. So probably in accordance with new business model is something tricky for me to understand, because business models are something which is coming to the mind of innovators, that what new thing can happen, and then technology as a cloud transformation is the second part. So two have to somewhere touch each other. So anyway, I'll be understanding more as we go through the speakers sharing their thoughts with all of you. So may I first welcome Shri Jasjot Singh Dhang, Jasjot ji has a 20-year plus experience in enterprise sales, having worked with companies such as Tata, Airtel, Reliance, everybody around. And then at Lightstorm, Jasjot is a segment leader for data center and media verticals. So let's welcome him, and Jasjot ji, please come to the podium, and we are eager to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. And thanks, Bharat Exhibition, for giving this opportunity. So without taking much time, I'll probably move to what Lightstorm is and how we are changing the data center ecosystem, or what we are doing in this field. Now, basically, this is a bit about what we talk today. Now, Lightstorm is a startup. We are just 2 years old. We proudly say we were born in the pandemic when everything was closed. We were the ones we were born. That's when we built our network. We are a I-Squared invested company. It's a global PE fund, and we are basically building a carrier-neutral platform across Asia. This is to address the explosive need of data which is there. Just a bit of a journey. Founded in 2019, 2021 is when our network went live. And as we stand today, we are partnering with Centurion for building their CLS in India. And recently we signed up MOU with Government of Gujarat for our first CLS in India. Now, when we come to data center connectivity, you would wonder what we are trying to solve. There are enough telcos which are doing the same. So what does Lightstorm do differently? So today, if you envisage the telco networks, they were not built for DC connectivity. They were to address the voice and the communication requirements about of the enterprises. The DC requirement is different. It needs to have highly reliable communication. It needs to have lowest latencies. And that's what we do by a unique design. We have built 90% of our network is built on OPGW cables. OPGW, for starters, is the cable which goes above those high tension wires. So it's highly, you can say, reliable, very less prone to cuts. Today, any telco between, say, a Delhi-Mumbai route would experience somewhere around 30-odd cuts in a month. We experience less than one because of this design. What we have done is we have built a linear network. Now, what that means? Does it mean it's an unprotected network? No, not at all. What it means is that we do not take any drops when we connect to different cities. That helps us reduce the latencies drastically compared to our competition. Of course, that is protected by another route, which is, again, a linear route. Now, this is what we are doing, and as we move, as Lightstorm grows, we would be coming up with a network as a service platform, which would be live soon, where users would have the flexibility to choose what kind of network they need between DCs, and they can create their own bandwidths and their own connectivity profiles. That's what we are trying to do in this market. Just rest is, it's an ASON-based network, any-to-any connectivity. Each data center is on a leaf architecture where we are connecting it via at least 3 paths. So that helps us to have high reliability. Now, what is essentially Lightstorm doing? We are basically connecting the ecosystems. What are the ecosystems? One is the eyeballs, which are the Netflix, Googles, etc., who are sitting with internet exchanges and others, which we are connected. On the other side are the cloud providers, which are the Googles, Amazons, and Azures of the world, to whom we are connecting. And then is the underlying DC infrastructure, on which obviously these clouds and these cloud exchanges are built. So Lightstorm is creating an ecosystem to connect all these parameters which are essential for a digital growth. That's where we add the value. We are a niche player. Like Tanuj said, we are operating in a niche where we are serving only this segment of the market with the value propositions which we talked of. This is what we basically do: the cloud connects, the data center interconnect, the IX peering. We are a partner to Dekex for providing the IX peering services, and we provide tailor-made networking platform, like I said about a network as a service platform, which we are launching. This is where Lightstorm is. We are in 6 cities connecting Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai. We are connected to more than 50 plus data centers on a 3-path network. And as the year goes, we would be making Kolkata live, and from there connecting to Bangladesh and Nepal. This is the architecture where you can see each city has 3 NLD nodes with each data center connected at minimum 3 paths and providing a reliable service. These are the data centers which we have interconnected today, and you can see most of the existing as well as the upcoming data centers are already on our network, and these would be the ones which are planned over next course of 6 months to 1 year. What we are offering is a first of class India's L0 NLD network, which is SON based without any electrical regeneration. Now I know it's a data center event and you must be wondering I am talking about network, but without network, data center does not have a value prop to talk about. And as the clouds grow, as the data gets concentrated more and more into the MTDCs, that's where this connectivity starts playing an important role. Yes, we have seen we can work over internet from our homes, but at the end of the day, you are connecting to data centers, and all these data centers need to be interconnected over a reliable network. That's what we are doing. We have 90% of our NLD fiber over OPGW, and rest, basically, we have today most of the major hyperscalers and banks and other fintechs using our services. And we have been operational just for 14 months when our network first went live. This is a bit of an overview about what we do as a NOC and managed service portal access, and I can discuss this in detail with respect to time. I'll just probably move forward. And this is how Lightstorm is moving or expanding. Phase 1, we connected the 5 metros. Phase 2, we moved to Kolkata, Bangladesh, and Nepal. We are making our own CLS in India. And then, of course, everybody was talking about data being closer or being local. And that's where we bring in the India Edge story for us. We'll be connecting the major cities in India over Edge network. And then, like I said, we'll be launching a NAS platform somewhere towards the Q4 of this, end of Q4 of this year. And like somebody pointed out, that Indonesia is a big market, so that's where we move next. And of course, add to it Lightstorm Southeast Asia. And this is what is the CLS story which I talked about. Because at the end of the day, guys have talked about being global. Now the challenge with being global is today CLSs are between Chennai, Mumbai, that's where major CLSs are located, and these cities are getting congested. That's where Lightstorm is building a series of CLSs like Mudra in Gujarat and other locations. These 6 CLSs would be on the SmartNet backbone. Our first partnership we have announced with Centurion, whose cable will be landing at Mudra, and we are working with other partners also on the same. So that's it from my end, and thank you for paying attention. Have a good day.
So thank you, Jasjot ji, and it was short and crisp. Probably what you realize about Lightstorm, I'm able to call it cloud of clouds, because they are interconnecting the clouds to present a larger cloud to the consumer market. And it's not the retail market, probably they're looking at the enterprise market only. So just to summarize what I have understood, I have only one question to put to him is about India Edge. I couldn't really appreciate in the short time that he told, but I'm keen to understand, because finally latency is the key factor when you talk of the demands like metaverse, the immersive experiences and all that. So I'd like to hear from him what the edge thing he's looking at, and then probably I'll leave it to you for more questions if you have.
Thank you, sir. So basically, from the edge perspective, what Lightstorm is looking at is connecting cities like Lucknow, Patna, so on and so forth on a low latency network, something what we have currently created over the 5 cities or the 6 cities where we are operational. So keeping that basis, we are building a network in these cities also over low latency paths using the same fabric which has been used for connecting the major NLD nodes. So that's something which we are working on currently, and I'll say that's something which is work in progress, but definitely you will hear more about it from us as we move forward.
Thank you, because me into fiber business, we are seeing our partners putting up their caching servers next to the customers. If I have a location where there is a concentration of 200 odd customers, I am seeing a content caching server being put up there itself next to the OLT. So this happened in Kerala some few months back by the IPTV partners, and I was thoroughly surprised that why you think of such a architecture at the first place. This is all but because of the latency thing which you don't appreciate sitting in your office, but my customers do appreciate what is the impact of latency. So you see the edge moving maybe next to the customer door. So thank you so much for the enlightenment, and then I'm sure all of you have benefited from his thoughts that he shared. If there are no more questions, we can move on to the next speaker. Shri Chinmay Hegde is the subject matter expert in the area of smart things, cyber network security. He has an experience of 19 years plus. He has worked with global security giants such as McAfee, Symantec, and Cisco. He has been leading the application detection and FINRA, the FINRA research for Actians, a good number of difficult words. Before he started his entrepreneurship career, where he co-founded Netocall. So there's one product by IBM called Netcool also.
It's not that.
So probably you just bought something rhyming with Netcool, huh?
Kind of.
Yes. Yeah, Netocall Group sold in the year 2013, India and Singapore, an interactive spectrum in the past. At present, he is the managing director of Astricos Consulting, a strategic consulting expert organization for smart cities, smart infrastructure, and security in India. So pretty impressive profile he has, and I'm sure you will be having more excitement to hear from him. So welcome, Shri Chinmay.
Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction and generous words. Yes, of course. Just to clarify that you raised the topic of why my earlier company's name was Netocall. It was network protocol, short form of it. It was nothing great. Okay, so the simple thing. Of course, today's topic also is one of the, my topic especially is a simple topic, but yet it is complex, perceived as complex topic. So I would want to continue with that intelligent digital transformation of data center operations. So everybody out here in this forum must be talking about how to earn more revenues from the data centers, what are the business models, right? And how can we invest more and more in terms of earning more revenues from the data centers? I am talking about the cost part, cost conservation and sustainable movements of the data center. So that is where I start with. Let us stick to the basics. That is the basic belief. I think, should I navigate the slide myself, I think? Okay, fine. Yeah, I think, yes. Well, so just a quick introduction about our organization, Astricos. We are a smart infrastructure company. Infrastructures can be anything. It could be a city, it could be a scale of a building, it could be a scale of a data center or a port or anything of that sort. So as by policy now, Government of India has given the status of infrastructure to the data centers, and that is where we are seeing a lot of data centers taking off quite in a rapid pace. That is where data center is also a significant infrastructure. We do have certain recognitions and all those things. Yes, now coming to the crux of the matter, that is all talk about the revenue and who talks about the cost part, right? So now I'm here to talk about the cost part. Which are all the quite impactful areas for the cost of the data center? That's like power management, energy management, cooling system management, environmental, operational excellence. Cutting down the operation cost is quite important, right? Operational efficiency at the same time is another important imperative. Now we all talk or hear about sustainability. The basic, the essence of sustainability is to have it more and more durable, right? So effectively durable. It's more than just being durable, effectively durable. The data centers are one such kind of an investment everybody does for decades, right? It's not just done for, okay, a year or a two. It is done for decades and used for maybe 2 to 3 decades. That is the idea. Everybody invests in data centers. That is where all these aspects come into the picture. Just to brush upon what are all the, this is just the structure of the data center where various components, I'm not sure whether it is quite visible to all of you, but let me take, a simplistic building block approach and explain. The bottommost part of the, the data center building blocks is various different equipments which are there, right? So, which we call typically OT equipments or a facility equipments, right? The facility is important, right? So, you do a significant investment being a data center provider or data center owner. It could be a provider or it could be a captive data center players too for their own purposes, right? So the very important aspect is facility systems. Now the facility systems are installed and they need to be maintained. So then you hire some maintenance contractors for maintaining the facility side of it. And then there are a lot of equipments such as the basic thing starts with cooling of the data center. Cooling is a quite important aspect. And that is where the challenges occur in the tropical geographies like India and Southeast Asia. Yeah, there have been the data centers underwater for better cooling efficiencies, but how feasible it is to have everywhere, right? The cost also, mainly the investment is large for such kind of infrastructures, and Ireland or Northern Ireland had a lot of data centers, right? The simple reason being cooling, because those are all relatively cold countries, but what is the size of the landmass? Quite small, right? They already have gone overboard in terms of data center infrastructure buildings. So that is where the Asian countries have started entering into the builds of the data center. That is where the global change has been happening. And India has a significant geographical mass. We have something called real estate for establishing such kind of large infrastructures. For our usage, because we have a huge market that's about to be 140 crore people data, and also we can cater to the globe. So that is where India has a significant importance in terms of data center infrastructure. And all other facility systems, coming to the next layer, is the internal data centers part, which could be the facility for hosting the servers, network equipments, and all such kind of things, and then the core IT part of the data center. And then after comes manageability part of the data center, right? The various management applications, management instruments, and also. And the service delivery part of data center is quite important, where the challenges are uptime, maintaining the uptime, because this is where data centers are certified for uptimes. The TIA or the Uptime Institute, they certify the tiers of the data center based on the uptime of this, and various other SLA related parameters such as the what you call the sustainability standards, as well as the SLA standards. And the tiers, what are all the parameters? These are all some of the parameters which we can see. The key important aspects, key findings, right? So these are the key findings which were part of some of the global studies. Now, if you say the most of them are saying that most SLAs are often broken, because, okay, while signing the contract, everybody says simply 99.85% of SLA, right? Is it really delivered on the ground, right? So that is the question. And similarly, 31% of the, face the downtime in last 1 year itself. This is last year's study, 2021, right? And 41 data centers, before that, I'll go to the third point that's most important. Outage costed for many of the organizations, right? Third of each breakages, the outage costed more than $250,000, right? If each outage is so costly. Then 41 data centers reported it had costed more than $1 million. That's another thing. And similarly, more challenges you can read through, of course. Now, I'll go for the shortfalls of it. Next slide. I think it's not moving. Okay. Now, we have, what do we do? Imperatives. Imperatives are improve the overall operational efficiency, right? We have to meet the SLAs, and we have to track each and every asset's health, right? The asset management or asset maintenance is quite important for catering a better service overall. And various such kind of things. All these operations of the data centers, what it could be, can it be reactive? No longer it can be reactive, right? It has to be more of proactive maintenance, because one of the data center customers, who is one of the largest BFSI, player in India, I was talking to them a few months ago. They were saying like, okay, there are so many outages occur, but they do not know the reason of it, right? So this is important aspect. Yes, if it is an outage on the router side, switch side, server side, it's easy for them to know, because we have network management systems, we have SLA, help desk related systems, and all of them, users will call and complain. But the backbones, such as they did not know how many times there was outage in their UPS systems, power backup systems, right? Because power backup system is an online power backup system. So why? And what are all the various aspects? So that is where we had advised them on certain areas, such as finding out anomalies in their infrastructure, which is the backbone, and then start predicting for such kind of anomalies, where if they know it, why it happens. The anomalies in any kind of equipment happens because of the health of the equipment, right? If they can predict the lifespan of the equipment, then easily they can identify the potential anomaly and then take preventive action instead of making more of a corrective action. The bringing a lot of corrective actions into the preventive bracket is quite important. That is going to save money, like anything, and it's going to save effort. Right? So that is intelligent operations I'm talking about. So similarly, the AI and ML space can improvise this area, where a lot of workflows, a lot of SOPs, because every infrastructure works based on the standard operating procedures. The standard operating procedures cannot be static for years together. The standard operating procedures have to be quite dynamic, adaptable to your respective infrastructure. That's quite important, right? Because the infrastructure, you bring every new entities or elements into the infrastructure on, every day basis or every month basis or whatever it is. Like, because large infrastructures are built like that to be, quite resilient for any kind of a situation. That's the reason. Even if your operation is not resilient, then that is where the point of failure is. Same way, energy conservation, sustainability, carbon emission, these are all quite important aspects, because data centers, okay, just simple thing, why data centers are, measured in terms of megawatts, gigawatts? Just a simple question. Anybody wants to take that question and answer? Why data centers are called in, measured in terms of megawatts and gigawatts? In megawatts, I'm saying. Nobody says that I have 3 petabyte or 100 petabyte data center. They'll say that I have a 20 megawatt data center. Yeah, I think people from the data center out here, Dua sir is here, BSNL may have easily about 100 megawatt capacity data center overall, right? IT load, right? IT load in terms of power, right? So the thing is, data center globally is categorized as one of the top 3 power guzzler, right? So the data center as an infrastructure is categorized or known as one of the top 3 power guzzler. When any infrastructure guzzles the power, obviously there is carbon emission and climatic, impact, right? So that's quite important aspect. How to cut down that, and that is going to make the data center more and more sustainable, right? If you cut down those things, right? So that is where a simple fact, yet it is so complex, right? It is perceived to be complex. The simple fact is data centers are measured in terms of power loads. Now, bringing in these sustainability practices in your data center operations is going to change a lot, right? How are we going to change all these things? Just I'm going to move to the next couple of slides. I think it's quite, I don't know whether people can see it, but still I'll explain. It is ultimately a unified management approach, but not just unified management, intelligence-powered unified management approach, where the artificial intelligence and machine learning kind of the technologies are going to come into the play for this, right? So this is the ecosystem where various different, customers are there who are demanding for better quality of services. The service providers or the maintenance contractors are there whom the data center providers have to demand the better quality of services. And ultimately the internal operation team who have to be quite fast, lightning fast in terms of catering to the needs of the customers. That is where the empowerment in operation comes into the picture. So this is the simple ecosystem for that, right? So now let us talk about this. This is the data center infrastructure, and how we are doing it, I'm just going to explain in brief, right? We have a centralized platform, ultimately, which connects on top of the every equipment of data center, may it be IT part, may it be OT part, right? So data center has 2 parts, operational technology part and information technology part, right? IT part, manageability is quite easy. OT part is where the standardization or unification is a bit tough. Now, every equipment generates logs, events, and all such kind of things, right? So what you can do with that? You can do a lot of things with that, such as simplest of simplest thing is if you pay attention to the data center standards such as TIA Institute or any ISO standards of data centers, I'm saying data center KPIs, that is going to solve a lot of problems. At least about 40% of the problems are solved there. Make certain things such as canned KPIs, ready-made KPIs. Monitor those KPIs on daily basis to understand where are you, right? Not if you go to the OT players such as who provide the facility systems, they will only consider OT as a power utilization effectiveness index. You go to the IT players such as server providers, network backbone providers, they ignore the OT part. They will only focus on the IT part of the things. But now what we have started doing is focus on both the parts, because IT power load cannot be catered without having OT as a backbone. Simple fact. But IT load is focused more and more because it earns revenue for you. But OT load is a cost part. It makes you spend more and more. That is the major, the difference out there. So how to marry both the worlds and take it forward? That is the attention which we started doing a change into. So, yes, I'll be done by then. So, user-defined analytics and then visualization of the infrastructure, such as digital twins and all those, right? Then, okay, I'm collecting information, seeing the KPIs and everything, but what can I do with that? I have to put that back in action. Only then, such as automated SOP amendments, automated maintenance work orders, automated actions, device controls, and all these things, right? So more and more details out here, right? Anyhow, moving quite fast because in the interest of the time. So what in simple we do is this unified operations management, which again unified workflow management across IT and OT land of the data center, then power it up with various different AI and ML driven operations. First two, which you saw, the unified command and control and unified SOP management, which needs to be powered with AI and ML, which brings in intelligence part of it, that makes it intelligent operation. And then give a complete mimic of physical infrastructure on your system, that is called digital twin in a 3D world, like metaverse is coming in, right? So you walk through the data center, all these things, but you operate through that. That's another aspect. And of course, this is one of the efforts which we have done for one of our partners, that is Schneider, where we have given them a kind of a unified platform to manage multiple different, data centers on a single thing for one of them. That's it from my side. Thank you. Any questions? I'm open.
Thank you. Thank you, Chinmay. So I'm sure all of you now are better equipped to understand. You have more insights into the data center operations, the dashboard that he has shown where he brings all the information to a central point. And then how people react to that alert or information which comes on the dashboard is more important. From my earlier days, I'm recollecting, I used to go to my NOC and ask my people that if you have so many alerts, who is the concerned person in the field who is acting on it? Then he said, oh sir, SMS chala gaya hai usko. I said, SMS chala gaya hai, आधा घंटा 2 घंटा हो गया है. What is the follow-up? Sir, वो system में देख लेते हैं एक बार. So the better part of the story is that you have good number of alerts coming, but you have a very poor follow-up system. Culturally, we are weak in our discipline that is required to run the systems. So I have visited probably the best data center to accept here is the Dhirubhai Ambani Center that I visited way back in 2004. An excellent follow-up that they had with the customers, with the downstream infrastructure owners. So if you have an alarm coming at 10 o'clock, 10:15, everybody in the field will be really after the guys who have to take care of infrastructure. So a lot of discipline is required in running the infrastructure and maintaining the good uptime that is required. So thank you so much. If you have questions, please ask. Yeah, we have one question from somebody in the last row. And I have one question from you, not from him. What is the meaning of Chinmay? His name is Chinmay. I'll leave this question. Sorry? So again, it's an adjective to the mudra, no? Not the meaning. What is the meaning of Chinmay? Anyway, let's take the question first.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm R.S. Srivastav. I'm operating data center STT. My experience is in my country, there is a lack of skilled workmanship and the operation team. Most of the breakdowns, outage not because of the system failure, because of the human errors. And every data center operator is struggling for that. Number one. Number two, we are also facing the problem of the power. Wherever we are having the data center, getting the sufficient power from the DISCOM is a big challenge. And the quality of the power is still, because there is no competition in the power DISCOM. Whatever they want, they are serving to us. But the quality of the power is not. How to come out from this thing? You see, data center is just like aircraft. Then operator should be just like a pilot, rather than he is an operator. That is the big challenge in my country.
Am I audible? Yeah. Well, so two aspects which you raised. Number one is operational efficiency, right? Human intervention in operation. Yeah. Number one. And number two is about power capacity or utilization of it, right? Well, a good question. First of all, number one is more human intervention, more errors. Yes, it is. That is where the automation has been. But automation also started demanding human interventions. That is where, like Mr. Dua just now was saying that usko alert chala gaya hai, dekhenge, right? So now, let us take a simple study of so many alerts that get raised in data center. How many of them are that can be addressed by the machine itself? It is more than 75%. The meaningful alerts are less than 25%, right? Now, human intervention is required wherever it is required. We cannot do away with that, right? But how many we can mitigate with the help of data intelligence? Right? That is more than 75%. So that is the change which is possible by the system. We have tested, we have tried, and we have shown to some of the customers too, that more than 75% of the events that get generated can be automatically translated into meaningful SOP amendments. That is what I was actually highlighting, standard operating procedure amendments, right? If it requires the intervention of human and responsible human at the same time, not any and everybody of the data center operations team. So only then it can demand the change. That is possible to do, number one. Number two, about energy, the power, right? So power is a big factor in terms of data center, as we just now discussed. But have we even thought of bringing in something which doesn't require build or design change, but yet it can save the power? That is possible with the help of the power of data, right? What it can save? It can easily save anywhere between 5 to 7%. Is it small? If we are talking about 10 megawatt of the data center's capacity, right? 5% is half a megawatt easily, right? Half a megawatt too, and it is possible as it excels more and more. We can even go to 10 or 12% of savings too, right? This is without changing any infrastructural models. That is, without changing your build, without changing your design side of it. No additional investments, just with the help of analyzing the data, doing the data efficient operations, with the help of that itself, this much is possible. Right? So if we do that, what we save, we can put back into earning revenues. right? So that is where the total, the revenue which is earned is a return on earning, right, which we call ROE, right? So that is going to be more and more effective there. Hope I'm answering your questions. Thank you.
Just two quick tips that I followed, experimented when I was in data center. We have this thinking notion, orthodox way of handling the cooling in data center, that air conditioning is a must thing for the data center. Hyderabad is really super hot in the month of April and May, but then it gets cooler. And then I asked my people that if we can use the ambient temperature or the weather for the cooling, natural, then what is the problem? First of all, they said, this is not done, boss. We have to have the air conditioning. I said, stop it, remove the glass panels that you have put some air filters and let the hot air go out. No, we could cut our air conditioning by almost 15%. Second, my people were maintaining 23 degrees air conditioning, 18 degrees, sorry. 18 degrees inside the server area. I said, you bring it up to 23, 24, because the HP, IBM and the EMC folks told that our equipment is healthy at 23, 24 also. But why you are still at 18 degree and spending more energy on cooling? We brought it up to 23 or 24, and another 10% or 7% was saved. So just by having small measures experimented, done, we could save 25% of energy. And on the links or the connectivity to the transformer or the substation, if the data center is huge, it should never be on the ring, because on the ring you have a lot of load shedding happening, and then the power cut and everything will happen. So you just need to have one power cable underground with the permission done to the substation, and your power disruption will not be there. The consistency in the power will be there, because then they know that this link is not to be disrupted whenever the load shedding is to happen. So small measures do make a lot of effect, but the energy guys have to take the driver's seat. That is very important, which conventionally is not a method of managing a data center, because the IT folks will always be in the driver's seat, which is not done, as we see the situation really getting disturbed over the large consumption of energy.
Yeah. So just a quick addition, sorry, just that this point has come. And most ignored part is maintaining the asset. Assets are being maintained only when the fault occurs, right? It is not maintained when, it is not checked for the health of it actually, or the lifespan of it. If you do not do that, the asset is going to draw more and more power, right? And at the same time, the power equipments are also going, the quality of the power delivery is going to deteriorate, and that impacts on other equipments, right? So these are all the aspects. If you have some kind of intelligent system that can tell you, then it is easy to operate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's welcome, we have behind the schedule. So let's now welcome Shri Saurabh Agarwal. He is the CEO for TechBridge. He has graduated from IIT BHU Varanasi 2000. And since then, he has worked with reputable organizations like Wipro, Sonos Network, Huawei, Alcatel. His career spanning 22 years, traversed challenging domains, taxing experiences, extremely educative projects, works across geographies of the globe. It's a very, very interesting and long story he has, but to cut it short, he has one very important line put in the profile. He believes that acceptance towards change and quick adaptation is the crunch for growth mindset and leads to excellence. That's what precisely I heard Harshal Mathur, that innovation leader you all must be knowing, on the Ken podcast yesterday. Your line is just the ditto what I heard yesterday. So excellent, sir. Let's start with the session.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And I welcome you all to this beautiful conference. And thanks for this opportunity to speak on this very interesting subject, which is data centers. And we as a company want to contribute, have been working in this direction of lots of data coming in the picture. So I represent TechBridge, where we are producing some interesting solutions and products. So the topic which we have taken in the new business model here is unified NOC and SOC. So it's very interesting today after COVID and this new digital arena where security is becoming a big concern. And while Chinmay has rightly identified that NOC and how AI, etc., is helping the NOCs becoming more efficient and more intelligent, we observe and we propose that organizations are working towards integrating the NOC and SOC portion. Now, we see lots of security concerns coming up, lots of such issues coming up in terms of cyber attacks and malware attacks. And with the unified NOC and SOC, we see around 30 to 40% efficiency can be introduced in the system. Now, it's a very interesting point that as we have identified, sir was referring to where is the meaningful action. So, similarly, when some security event has happened, where is the meaningful action? Who is identifying such things? How are we checking on is it a cyber attack or something which is actually being intentional happening in our system? So what we are proposing is that a unified dashboard for NOC and SOC is the right way forward, where we can give the meaningful visualization to the NOC teams and we can identify the right actionables for the security teams of how to act upon the events happening in the system. Recently we heard in in Maharashtra some time back there was a downtime which has happened for some attack. Now obviously the NOC teams will not know exactly if someone is threatening the whole platform or the IT infrastructure. Now we have so important, so much of data centers are becoming large, lots of data is there, so security is becoming a concern. So we are introducing or we are proposing here how the efficiencies can be introduced by convergence of the NOC and SOC teams basically, and giving them the whole visualization as a comprehensive view. We don't want them that they should work in silos and organization doesn't know exactly how it is happening around and they just being scrambling upon what is happening around. So we want to present here the picture and we are working so that the unified NOC and SOC can be introduced in the organizations. So here we are proposing what is the methodology when we think around how to unify the NOC and SOC. We are talking about the concept. The concept of NOC and SOC unification is very critical. Now, we should identify the what are the various toolkits that are being used. We need to see that how do we identify the merger of those toolkits, how to use them efficiently, wherein already the organizations have invested in some things which are the NOC components, SOC components, various things like that. And now we also need to identify that what is the balance we need to see in the IT and the security infrastructure. So it's not an easy investment. It's not an easy decision. So we need to have a very right strategy around how do we bring the efficiency between NOC and SOC infrastructure. Similarly, as sir mentioned in one of that we need right teams, right? So we need to have the right team size, the skilled teams, so that we can have the right merger of NOC and SOC or the unified view and unified operations of NOC and SOC. So these are the three critical prerequisites when we talk about the unification of NOC and SOC infrastructure. Okay, so this whole concept, when we start moving into the direction, it has to be operationalized. Like how do we at what level this unification of NOC and SOC will happen. It happens at three levels: organization level, system level, and the asset level. So these are, again, as an organization, we need to understand that how we are organizing our strategy over unification of NOC and SOC. So at organization level, we need to see how we are collaborating between the two sides of operations, how we are using cross correlations. It's a very interesting point, like cross correlation. So for example, some DOS attack has happened and your whole IT infra is in jeopardy. Now, IT team will just know that, okay, the system is down, some DOS attack has happened, and they will never, probably they will not know, or they will take time to, exactly identify the issue, or maybe they just know that, okay, system is down. But who is going to, who is the SME in the team who identifies that this is a cyber attack, or this is something has to be handled in a different way? So the correlation across the NOC and SOC team is a very critical part. identifying the right action point and identifying the right root cause in the given small time frame so that a quick action point can be taken is what is being talked about here. At organization level, we need to see that the synchronization, the correlation is happening in the right touch points. And as the next point says, identifying the common patterns. So at organization level, the CISO, the security officers, or the information security officers, they need to see at the organization level how do they bring the intelligence across the platforms. System levels. What are the SLAs? At SOPs, I think we all understand the SLAs and SOPs, how they are. So what we are talking about here is that what kind of SLA correlation will happen when we talk about unification of NOC and SOC. This is a very important concept, and it is becoming more relevant when we talk about today's environment in data centers. Because as we all said again, the data sizes are huge and cyber attacks are increasing as the post-COVID world. Digitization is increasing. So integrating the processes and integrating the structures. So that is where we are introducing the point here that how do we, merge these two areas of systems, and we bring that integration in right efficiency. And then the asset level. And when we say about asset level, that means that what kind of tool set that we have, what kind of information and aggregation of information is happening. So this is a three-tiered approach that we need to take, and we need to identify that how we can have a unified approach of data centers monitoring and identifying the security areas in the new environment. Okay. One important point here we are saying that we know that organizations have NOC teams, we have SOC teams. So now there are all legacy systems. Sometimes we say that SOC is being handled by the security officers, NOC is being handled by the IT teams, and etc. Now the question here is that how this overlap is happening and why we need to do overlap, and how do we cover this? What is the mind share that we need to take across the teams? It's very, very natural that the mind share is there, and what are the common area and touch points that we need to identify. The very much first area that we need to identify in the organization level is that any incident happening has to be identified and right actionable has to be created. What is the follow-up action that we are identifying? And as we discussed earlier also, that we need to make sure that the whole the follow-ups are happening. So when we talk about unification of NOC and SOC, we are talking about what is the information and how do we segregate that information into right actionables. That only the security teams can work on those action points. So there is a very natural overlap because ultimately the security intention is that our data center is up and running always, where we have the right SLAs being met and the SOPs are being followed. So unified NOC and SOC will help to introduce, there is a natural overlap, and there are very much and many common points which do overlap, and we can easily see around 20 to 30% of such overlap happening and efficiencies being introduced in the system, which I am sure will help everyone to lots of top line also being benefited and the bottom line also being benefited. Okay, so as we have been talking across, what are the benefits of unification of NOC and SOC? We have better security, improved network performance, that's the SLA part, improved operational and cost efficiency, and improved response time. I think these points are pretty, they come natural when we run the data centers, and we all understand them. Now the point is that how do we operationalize this concept and how do we introduce it into the teams? Because it's a huge saving, and there is lots of tangible and intangible benefits that come to the whole organization as a whole, I would say, when we work in that direction. As TechBridge, we have all the NOC toolset and the SOC toolset, where it's a benefit that the same organization is able to work with our customers and operationalize the whole unification, which eventually brings lots of savings to the whole ecosystem. Thank you for this time. I am done. Any queries here?
Thank you, Saurabh ji. And we'll have questions toward the end of session. We have 2 more speakers to go. So I think the key takeaway is the strong correlation engine that you need to have so as to see you have a real quantifiable alarm to work upon. That happens to be the basic problem in all data centers. Again, one small episode. My HP Superdome, some HBA cards were failing regularly, and this guy will come up and replace every 1 month or 2 months. फिर एक दिन बोला बॉस कुछ करो, ये हर वक्त आपका सेम लोकेशन में कार्ड रिप्लेस करने आता हूँ. Though it's part of the contract AMC, but there's something other than the Superdome itself, because we don't see so much of failure in our cards. And believe me, one simple thing, our anti-rodent system, it wasn't integrated to my EMS HP OpenView there. And it was having an alarm that one of the transmitters on the anti-rodent wasn't working properly. Because of that, some rat or the rodent would have entered and would be regularly visiting that place of the Superdome bottom, the HBA card, and then it used to get spoiled. Just because you don't have the anti-rodent system correlated with your main HP OpenView. This can play havoc also. So everything in a unified manner, more correlated is the essence. That's what. Thank you, Saurabh ji, and let's welcome Shri Sudhir Konde. He is the country director at DCIX Interwire. I'll not go through all the beautiful profiling that has been done for him, but quickly one line. Konde ji believes the digital triangle of 5G, AI, and IoT will be the critical drivers of digitization and edge interconnection. So that's the mantra he has presented here, and let's hear from him in his presentation. Over to you.
So, first of all, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Dua, and my sincere congratulations to Shashi and his team for coming up with conference upon conference and running them successfully through and through. We know how difficult it is to run. And before I dive into my presentation, thanks to Mr. Gaur, because if he wouldn't have come, I would be the villain between your sumptuous lunch, and would be difficult for me to actually hold your attention. So what I'm going to be talking about is probably going to resonate more now rather than earlier, probably because of the panelists who've been good enough to run a couple of insightful articulations that they did, which helps me in actually putting my point across. So without much ado, let me just jump into my presentation on how we are looking at the transformation of India as a global data center and a cloud solutions hub. This is the DCIX perspective. Now, if you look at the Indian DC ecosystem as of now, what you see is we roughly have about 162 plus, a couple of them here and there, colo data centers around, 19 internet exchange points, and 26 cities where these DCs are present as of today. Now, some interesting trivia that I would want to share with you on the data implosion that all of us have been witnessing. Look at the population percentage in 2017, 26.7%, from a 27% kind of a piece to 22 when you are almost at the edge of 60%. That's the kind of jump you're seeing there. Device, I don't need to talk too much about it. 2017 is 1.6 billion devices connected to the net, as compared to 22 when 2.2 billion plus is the number that we have as of now. You look at the average speeds from 9.5 megs in 17 to 22, where you have 32 odd megs is the average speed that you see. And look at the colossal data consumption from 2.4 GB in 17 to a whopping about 14 odd gigs as of now. So this is something that will give you the understanding of why we see the implosion happening and the cascading effect that it brings in. 3 critical factors that we see are investments, market, and the necessary policies that accelerate everything that the nation and ecosystem players like us would want to do. Now, if you see, one of the most important things that we are here seeing is the investments getting done. These are just a few names that I've been able to put up, but the numbers definitely speak volumes. So from a 14 billion USD investment in the last 5 years, by 25, we should see $28 billion being invested in the Indian ecosystem. And these are some of the names, and there are some more also who are coming in as of now, which actually is going to lead to a lot of action in this industry, and that's where I think we are at the cusp of getting some great action being seen not only in India but globally as well. And there are reasons why so many people are coming into India, whether it is an X organization or a Y organization. We are privileged enough to have conversations with almost 99% of them, and that lets us have a little bit of an unfair advantage to understand what is it that they look forward to in a country like India and why are they investing so heavily here. So, two influencing factors, as I said, policy. Firstly, a forward-looking policy announcement that got made during the budget where we said infrastructure ambit, obviously data center comes in. But how do you take that at a national level and then adopt it locally in your own states is also going to be more important, and this is what we saw recently where there's been a plethora of investments coming in the northern India, specifically in UP if you see, and these are the points which we saw, whether it is capital subsidy, whether it is interest subsidy, whether it is the right kind of policy and ease of doing business as a guiding principle, single window approvals, and so on and so forth. So while we see all that, our key findings, if you see, from a global perspective, is that over the period of 19 to 25, cumulative investment in the DC industry is anticipated in the range of about $1.3 trillion, and IT infrastructure would amount to 77% of the total data center investments. The remaining obviously will go to the peripheral, so I wouldn't want to dwell too much on that. Here, from an Indian DC perspective, if you see, over the last 19 to 25 period, a total investment of about $28 billion is going in and will touch that number by 25. So India is expected to have a CAGR, as it was earlier said, but then the quoted figures are quoted figures. I'm sure these numbers will be far, far more overachieved when we see the actual action happening. What's the competitive advantage? Why India? The fact remains that majority of our investments are concentrated for tier 4 data centers. The cost advantage in operating, a couple of earlier panelists have said, so I wouldn't want to dwell too much on that. The availability of skilled manpower is one of the greatest assets that we have, and obviously everybody will face challenges at a certain time back, and that's where the skilling and reskilling keeps on happening, and human capital is something that will gain more importance as we delve ahead in time. Increased utilization of outsourced data center capacity is something that we see is going to be taking a lot of importance, and service providers have accepted and accelerated the planned expansions that the market has been asking for. Now, where is this action coming in and where are the deployments happening? So Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad and Delhi, because they are basically already enriched with decent amount of connectivity solutions that are available as of now, and that's one angle which is a large subject in itself. So I would say these are the locations where we have the best available as of now. Geographic location, power, fiber connectivity, right kind of construction backups and operational efficiencies remain here. India is also looking at sustainable data center builds, and I personally am involved with a couple of organizations where I see the way in which they have taken huge strides in wanting to subsidize the kind of raw guzzling of power that they do by doing a lot of stuff, but for their own reasons known to them, they don't want to be talking too much about it. But very soon you'll see a lot of data center organizations actually talking about those initiatives, which, in my opinion, they should have been doing by now. So now coming to what are the challenges that an enterprise customer typically faces, you see. One is obviously increase the performance and strengthen the security and resilience of their connectivity. This, as was said by a lot of panelists, if there is no connectivity, there is no data transmission happening. So that forms the backbone of any accelerated deployment and growth of business, actually speaking. So whether you talk about profitability, whether you talk about customer service, connectivity will definitely play an important role. Second, obviously, is vendor lock-in. That is something that is being looked at by a lot of organizations. It reduces the complexity when it comes to connecting with my partners. That is what an enterprise would today look at. So when we typically do our direct cloud, a lot of enterprises are very happy looking at us, because once they connect with us, not only are they able to get access to peering services, which helps them have better control on their traffic, better security, better scalability, robustness, and the works, but also gives them an advantage on the same access port to have their multi-cloud strategy accelerated because of a plug-and-play solution that we have on the net. Further to that, what is more important is to have control on compliance on the ecosystem partners as well. So these are some of the challenges that the enterprise customers today face. And our own experience has been that the more you get into ease of doing business, the more you see the business burgeoning towards your side. So what are the 3 KPIs, if I may say, for any data center of any size today? First is the geographical coverage, carrier, and data center neutral interconnection infrastructure. While the interconnection business might be pretty nascent as of now and small, but it acts as a fabulous catalyst for any organization on both sides, whether it is the buyer or whether it is the one who's setting up their DC for that decision-making process. Local access to greater density of network as well as diversity of networks is one of the key KPIs that any data center who wants to not only build but also get the consumption done and go to the next stage will have to look at. And third and most important is scalable and customizable interconnection services that support every enterprise's digital transformation journey. While it's a vast subject, we've seen how important it has become, not now, but at the onset of COVID, and there's a lot that we can say, but as of today, in the interest of time, I can tell you that more often than not, when we see organizations aligning themselves towards these 3 KPIs, they have a ready GTM, which is getting cooked in the manner in which, if I have to hazard a guess, about 20-30% of their customer base is any which way is taken care of before they hit the ground. So now I'll quickly move to what is it that helps data center competitiveness. And when we speak about that, the first one obviously is increasing network density. Think beyond the cross-connect, because we are no longer in the traditional business of selling cross-connect and making money out of that, which was once upon a time what was happening. And we've seen a lot of transformation in business processes and go-to-markets that our data center partners have evolved over the last 3 years. And it's shown in their customer acquisitions and the way in which they've been able to become magnets for customers, both from the ISP and the enterprise side. Going forward is build flexibility for the customer. The more you straitjacket your offerings and services, the more it becomes difficult for enterprises, and everybody today is getting used to ease of doing business that we bring to the table at every step that we talk about. Last but not the least, as was rightly mentioned by one of our audience members, is there's always going to be a gap, and that's where human capital deployment and improvement, training and development will come into play. So the skills gap will always be there, but it's for us to be ensuring that that takes care by regular interventions. So coming back to a very favorite topic of ours, and what was spoken about some time back by a couple of panelists, getting digital applications and content closer to the people as well as businesses. So latency, as we say, is the new currency. And it was exhilarating to know some people speak about the same language without knowing that this is the thing that we've coined for ourselves for a very long time, and we have this as a key mantra when we talk to our customers, whether it is local or global for that matter. So what is it that was there earlier today? Conventional type of enterprise connectivity was too complicated, too difficult, and led to a multiple plethora of discussions and transactions happening at every stage. And the IT guy was struggling a lot. And I've come from a background where I've seen the other side of the story, so I understand how difficult it is for a CIO, CXO to make decisions when it comes to managing this kind of a complexity that we currently are seeing here on the board. but come a new way of doing business, where your performance, security, and all other compliances get taken care of, is the new interconnection regime, where controllability of data as well as your infrastructure both get taken care of, while we say the interconnection fabric comes into play. What this typically does is to have a plug-and-play mechanism, as I mentioned some time back in a very short format, as to if you've decided what you want to do for your organization, you know that there is an organization that helps you achieve this seamlessly and in a jiffy. And that is what will eventually lead to organizations take those measures where they are able to have their performance, which will be greatly impacted by the latencies that we bring to the table. Control on their network is far more better. Security of the network is far more better, so on and so forth. So this is a small trivia that I thought I should share with you, while people have been speaking about OTT and the kind of surges that were seen during and after COVID, and what happened after COVID, so to speak. So this is something that we've been following for the last 3 years, and I have seen the growth that has been unabated when it comes to the traffic surges that we've seen on our platform. The first one, incidentally, happens to be the one that got spoken about, and a small trivia I would share in 30 seconds is that I'm sure a lot of you all would know, November, December 2018, I think you just had about one OTT platform. I think Reliance used to run it at that point of time. And I'm sure some of you all would know that March of 22, there were about 58 OTT players available here in India. So that's the kind of surge that the country has seen. Regional content has gone through the roof, and we've been able to see that as a reflection on the traffic surges that we see. Imagine having a 3,074% growth. I don't think any other country would be able to give these kind of figures, what India has been. Yeah, I'll do that. Whether it is gaming, whether it is other setups, you see some great numbers that I've put on the table. When it comes to DKIX as a catalyst, as I rightly said some time back, whether it is a micro data center or whether it is a hyperscaler data center and the entire value chain, we become relevant to each one of them, and hence it is important for all the data center players to know, which obviously is happening as of now, as to why is it that we become a catalyst. So data center is today heading towards a place where a concept of 5G, which is being spoken about so widely, is come to play, but that in itself in isolation will not do any great deal, is what I believe, because for the first time enterprise applications are already ready and available across the globe for us to emulate, and by virtue of not having a lot of legacy infrastructure, we should be seeing a lot of adoption which is faster here. So while we call this a digital interconnection triangle, wherein AI, which is the brain, IoT, which will be the hand, and 5G will be the heart of this operation, and you will see magic happening, trust me, in the next 24 to 36 months, because we see a lot of use cases which can be deployed in India because of the reasons that I gave you. Very soon we'll be launching maps which will be able to make us more relevant to all the customers within a data center ecosystem, as a result of which the stickiness of the customer, and from a go-to-market, it helps them in their hunting and farming endeavors as well. So in the interest of time, let me just tell you that a DKIX connected interconnection location today would reduce cost, improve latencies, give you the security of a network. Resilience is something that I spoke about some time back, and accessibility to the international data centers. Small 2 seconds more to talk about what we are as of now, last but not the least, obviously, is that we are available across 40 internet exchanges locations across the globe, more than 3,000 connected customers, and 500 data centers. In India, we deploy only within data centers, as a result of which we have 4 exchanges in 4 metros, 580 plus customers, and 16 data centers across 4 metros. DKIX Mumbai, about a year and a half back, became Asia Pacific's #1 in terms of connected customer base, which is something that everybody here needs to be proud about. The fact that one Indian entity, which was nowhere at 3 years back, today is at #1 and consistently sustaining that growth at at a place where you have 29 countries and 153 exchanges being monitored. I spoke about my single access service, which gives you a plethora of services now, and upcoming services like Glopeer and DDoS protection, which will play a great role. We have our presences, as I mentioned, in multiple data centers, and as Jasjot said, we also have connectivity to 22 plus data centers beyond this, which are connected by Lightstorm, because a couple of them are overlapping with the sets that we are already present. Last but not the least, with due humility, amongst a plethora of other awards and recognitions that the organization has got, for the 7th time running, we've won the Global Career Awards as the best internet exchange operator globally, and a couple of Indian ones. My name is Sudhir Kundar. I'm the country director. Feel free to give me a shout out post your lunch break. Thanks a lot for your patience, and I hope I made this time worthwhile for you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir ji, for a very, very informative presentation that you made. और OTT पे तो particularly सबकी मैं देख रहा था आंखों में चमक आ गई थी, because everybody was thinking कि कौन सा एपिसोड या कौन सा OTT या वेब सीरीज मिस हो रहा है हमारा. इंडिया स्टैटिस्टिक्स इट टेल्स, कहने के लिए वेब सीरीज है, बट लोग उसको 10 घंटे की मूवी की तरह ही देखते हैं. बैक टू बैक पूरा 40% पीपल, स्टैटिस्टिक्स टेल्स दैट 40% पीपल watch all the episodes one shot. Binge watch, as they call it, right? And data consumption is massive. He was telling 15 GB per customer per month. That's on mobility, mobile. For Wi-Fi or fiber to home, the metro consumption is already above 400 GB per month level. And pan-India, the average is 200 GB per customer per month. That's a massive data consumption in India. And yes, as he rightly told, the OTT happens to be, or the entertainment happens to be a key driver. And for us also, as a telco, 22 crore homes where the cable TV or the satellite TV is there today, they happen to be the target audience for the fiber to home services 5 years from now. So all telcos are fully gearing up for that show. But yes, the explosion on the data is mind-boggling. As he rightly said, data is the new oil. All of us fully agree. But oil has a low ignition point. It has to be transported very safely. It has to be stored very safely. And to address this concern, we have our next speaker who will be speaking on the security aspect, Shri Ganesh Gaur. He's a TEDx speaker, I tell you. So you'll have a very exciting time to hear from him. And he is a cyber security expert. A lot of work he has done on public policy, digital technology expert based out of New Delhi. And he has been specializing in areas of online safety, harms prevention, and then internet governance, so many things. So let's hear from him directly rather than putting more words to his profile. Over to you now.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am the last speaker. I am keeping you away from lunch. I'll keep it simple, straight, and short. I'm going to talk about, in today's scenario, why is cybersecurity important. We have seen that we are building up new technology, new data centers are being set up, we are moving to cloud. Everybody is talking about improving latency, bandwidth, 5G is going to be launched. But today, cybercrime is increasing in a big way in our country. And everybody in this room would be getting messages, right? Your electricity is going to get cut in the next 18 hours or 12 hours. How many of you have got those messages? Anyone tried talking to them? Okay, why are they trying to, disconnect the electricity? Anyone? Can we just make it a little more interactive? It will be easier. I'll keep it very simple. Can we give the mic to that gentleman there on the back? Yeah. So that's one. The second is that your card is getting expired. Your credit or debit card is getting expired. Yeah, and it will be disconnected. Contact on this number. Yes, sir. Please call out your name. Introduce yourself, and then. Guys, can we give him the? Go ahead. I think people can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Hani Chamalian. I'm the technical director of a company called Real Global Services.
Okay, great.
I got not specifically about electricity, but yeah, about the credit card and
clearly sense that this is a, scam call, but I still talk to that person, right? And in fact, I gave a fake, credit card also number, and then try to see, what, he or she is coming up with. So.
So, how many people in the organizations have got such messages from their vendors saying that you're not paying your internet connectivity bill on time and we will disconnect your services? Anyone in this room?
But so, the good point is, they were, when we were discussing, they were, kind of questioning me that why I'm not giving the information that she is looking for.
No, absolutely. If they figure out, then they will disconnect you and they will block your number as well. So this is what I do for daily living. I help track cyber criminals in this country and outside. And majority of cybercrime is not happening from Jantara but other locations. And it is becoming more sophisticated. It is becoming more organized. So people are investing in startups and people are also investing in cybercrime startups, right? So you will find fraudulent call centers. And these calls are not only happening in India right now. People in Europe, in Spain are getting calls from India saying that, we will cut out your services because you're not paying bill on time. And this is the harsh reality. So the cybercrime is going to increase. So in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about how cybercrime plays a very, very important role and why dark web is important. People heard about Pegasus. It made a lot of story, right? Pegasus, कितने लोगों ने सुना इस रूम में Pegasus के बारे में? Right? सबने सुना. Amazing. Pegasus में क्या? So Pegasus is something called as zero click. आपको कुछ क्लिक करने की जरूरत नहीं है और आपके सिस्टम से डेटा उड़ जाएगा, कस्टमाइज हो जाएगा और it will gonna reach the organization. So anyone knows who was behind Pegasus? कौन सी कंपनी थी Pegasus के पीछे? Anyone? Nobody knows. इतना हमने टेलीविजन न्यूज़पेपर में देखा Pegasus के बारे में. Nobody knows who was behind Pegasus. 48 countries. In India, more than 40 people, including top journalists, politicians, human rights activists, all of them got compromised. So the technology was so beautiful. So this is a group called as NSO. It's a company based out of Israel, which manufactured this, and it was a vulnerability in WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp had a vulnerability which was known to them, and they tried fixing it, and obviously when you've got vulnerabilities, it takes a cycle of around 90 days. If you don't, and these are called 0 day. So what happened in this case was that one of the employees from WhatsApp leaked this particular vulnerability to NSO group, saying that use this, and using this zero-click malware which was there, you could compromise anyone in the world who's using WhatsApp on either on Android or even Apple. People call Apple secure, but Apple was also insecure because of this threat. Now, this course, they said they were giving it to governments, right? And we know in a lot of places government are autocratic, government are authoritative. We are seeing what is happening in China, right? Jinping is gonna be the president for life. Putin is already a president for life. So today what is happening is that this particular threat was found on dark web because an employee from NSO group was trying to sell this particular vulnerability on dark web. Anyone can imagine how much he was charging for this particular vulnerability? How much was the figure? Koi figure kitna? 5 million. Go a little up. Anyone else? 5 million, sir, बहुत कम है 5 million तो. पूरी दुनिया में आप किसी के भी WhatsApp, किसी के भी फोन पे एक्सेस कर सकते हैं. So 5 million तो बहुत कम है. और anyone else? Anyone else in the room? Any guesses? No guesses, I'll give you the answer. $50 million. $50 million for a trace of a vulnerability which is available on dark web. Right? This is one scenario. Anyone heard about Uber hacks? अभी Uber के बारे में आया था. वो बहुत लेट पता लगा. अगर आप डार्क वेब पे जाते तो आपको बहुत पहले पता लग जाता. So I went to hire some smart cybersecurity kids from some colleges in Greater Noida. And while I was interviewing them, somebody was trying to book a cab. And he said, sir, I pay 1/4 of the amount which I have to pay for booking an Uber. I said, what it is? He said, Uber hacks. So what happens is, the credit cards which were put on Uber, that data was available on dark web. So आपने और मैंने अपना credit card जो लगाया हुआ था Uber के साथ, वो account पूरा dark web पे available था, and people's accounts were getting compromised, and they will get a card which they can use, so you can book Uber at 1/4 of the cost. So, but you will have to pay that certain amount. So from dark web, they were able to get all of this information. Now, why it is important today in our line of business that dark web is important is because any hacker which hacks data puts that data on sale for dark web. So crimes are getting commercialized. People in this room, do they understand? Anyone understands cryptojacking? Cryptojacking किसी को पता है क्या होती है? किसी ने सुना है, sir? Anyone? So in cryptojacking, what happens is कि in your data center, somebody will use your compute for mining bitcoins. मतलब आप एक बिजनेस चला रहे हैं पर आपके कंप्यूटर सिस्टम्स बिटकॉइन माइनिंग के लिए यूज हो रहे हैं, आपको पता ही नहीं है. एंड दिस इज कॉल्ड क्रिप्टोजैकिंग. एक कंपनी है इंडिया में जिसका के साथ अभी क्रिप्टो माइनिंग हो रही थी इसके डेटा सेंटर्स में. एनीवन, किसी को पता है अभी क्रिप्टो माइनिंग किस? बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है, फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनी है इंडियन. सॉरी, नॉट वजीरैक्स, अनदर वन, आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप. आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप्स systems were used for crypto mining. So what was happening was कि उनके data center operations 24/7 चलते हैं, पर data center operations got compromised और उनके servers जो थे, the servers that were there were used for mining bitcoins. Now how do you do bitcoin mining? You find people 17, 18 year old. हो सकता है आपका ही बेटा घर पे बैठ के bitcoin mining कर रहा होगा dark web पे, आपको पता भी नहीं होगा, right? And they are given access to certain lines of code which they can write for developing mining coins, and these coins could be anything. It could be, you know, Bitcoin, it could be other cryptocurrencies, and a lot of new coins are getting created. So Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are the new worlds, you know, it's part of the new world order. You've seen Elon Musk promoting them big time, right? And we have found that most of them are fake. But the main money which people make is in compromising, hacking data centers and using it for mining bitcoins. So that's one of the biggest threats to data centers today. And even if you have a large facility, you have to ensure that safety and security is of priority. So this is what I was talking about. This is the NSO group case study where 1400 people were compromised, and WhatsApp had informed Ministry of Electronics Information Technology कि 121 लोग compromise हुए. अभी CERT की एक guideline आई है. I am so fond of the CERT guideline because it talks about reporting any kind of cyber crime which impacts a business within 6 hours. We had a lot of criticism, but it is important for people like you and me because companies today get compromised, they don't share it with you. MobiWik got compromised, they declined. So all that data which is there on dark web, anyone has accessed dark web in this room? किसी ने try किया? Sir, आपने? Anyone who's tried accessing dark web? Sir, आप बताएंगे एक बार कैसा क्या होता है, कैसा लगता है आपको dark web पे? कैसे गए थे आप?
So basically it's a Tor browser we have to use to access.
Tor क्यों use करते हैं आप?
Basically it masks your identity, your IP will be masked multiple times. So your public IP won't be revealable to anyone.
Absolutely. So if when you are on dark web, your identity can be compromised. So if you and I tried accessing from a Google Chrome dark web, हमारी identity पता लग जाएगी, and the hackers on the group can compromise your and my identity. So we use something called as the Tor browser, Tor relay browser. What happens is it creates a tunneling mechanism where it has encryption. So the person who accesses dark web, पता नहीं लगता है. So you don't know on dark web who are you interacting with, and your identity is also anonymized. So that's a beauty of dark web. Now we have seen in case of dark web, lot of data today is available, and Tor relay browser is used for accessing dark web. So today it is becoming the underground market for selling any kind of hacking, any kind of data that is compromised. So we saw in case of NSO group how in NSO group one of their own employees tried compromising it. $50 million worth of sale. Anyone can guess ये पता कैसे लगा कि $50 million की सेल एक कंपनी का एम्प्लॉय करने की कोशिश कर रहा है? Anyone? Whom do you think? So if you tomorrow go and try and buy any kind of illegal substance or activity, because there are other illegal substances also on dark web. Drugs are sold on dark web. We heard about the entire Sushant Singh Rajput case, and they were looking at dark web based threats. Anyone, which are the agencies globally which keep a tab of dark web? Anyone can guess? कौन सी agencies हो सकती हैं? So FBI and CIA and FBI keep a tab of dark web. So any large scale transaction like this one on $50 million was traced by CIA, and they went and found out that this is an employee from NSO group, and then WhatsApp had filed a lawsuit against NSO group, and that employee was arrested. So it's not just that dark web is completely anonymized. There are agencies, and even Indian agencies are trying to build up competence to find out what is available on dark web. So let's just understand what is dark web, कैसे इसको आप access कर सकते हैं. So today, if you look at dark web, is part of the internet which is not accessible to 96% of people. And what it has financial records, medical records, legal records, organized data, government resources. So when you go on dark web, you will find out lot of government resources. COVID की बहुत सारी vaccination के certificate, या World Bank का data था around their own employees was available. Why dark web is important today is because companies, if they want to find out if their data is leaked, that can be found on dark web. You don't need to get somebody else, but you have to do it in a secure manner. The other part which is important about dark web is that anonymity is there. So you don't know who's done it. You can find out your passwords would be leaked on dark web. You can change those passwords. So with a lot of companies I go and work, I tell them your data is there on dark web. If that data is breached, you can look at securing and building up additional layers of security. Aspects such as any kind of malware, Trojan, or any kind of new cyber risk are also available on dark web. So let's understand how dark web was set up. It was started as a free project by the US Naval Research Laboratory, and in 2006 it became a not-for-profit, and Satoshi Nakamoto, who was considered as the father of Bitcoin, nobody knows who he is today. Somebody says that he's from Japan, somebody says it's a mass identity. He launched the Bitcoin currency, and a Silk Road marketplace was launched. So Silk Road marketplace was basically for selling all kinds of illegal substances, all kinds of illegal activities. It was more like the dark world which was there, and FBI shut this down. But today there are multiple such dark web marketplaces like Silk Road which are existing today, and these marketplaces continue to sell all kinds of threats and vulnerabilities about organizations. So it's important for organizations to keep a tag of what is available on dark web. So how do you access dark web? Two ways. You can either have a I2P network, or you can set up a torrent like one of the persons mentioned here, and ensure that your privacy and anonymity is maintained. And through encrypted channel, you can access dark web. Let's understand what are the threats. So I mentioned about Bitcoin, money laundering services, stolen accounts for sale, leaked personal information, and lot of malwares. So like in this case, this is WarTrack malware that is available on dark web, which could be used for compromising. Today, ransomware, people understand ransomware in this room? Ransomware as a service. You can find out ransomwares which are available as a service for hacking are also available on dark web. So that's why having a strong presence on dark web for companies is very much important. So let's look at some of the risks that come from the dark web. Obviously, for any kind of threats which come from the dark web, it's very important that you maintain strong IT controls for your data centers and for your IT systems. The risks are Bitcoin mining, reputational brand risk, because the new guidelines have come in. If you've got breached, you don't report it to CERT, you will get obviously penalized. If you are in the critical infrastructure or you are in a sector such as banking, financial services, you will see that there could be penalties which RBI and other regulators could put on you if you don't report the breach. So for any organization to find out if they are already compromised or breached, they can do that through an activity called as cyber threat intelligence, and they can use multiple cyber experts for carrying out this activity. So some of the activities which help you find out the threats which are there on dark web is threat intelligence and dark analytics, which could be used. Your WAFs are your first line of defense. So configuring your WAFs, your emails could help you safeguard from cybersecurity risk. If I talk about how you look at a cybersecurity solution overall to ensure safety and security, a cyber threat intelligence activity which looks at doing dark web crawling, Google docking, looking at cyber squatting, something like this could help you safeguard your business from any kind of cybersecurity risk. That's all from my end. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Kanishk. एक बात तो पक्की है, इनको सुनने के बाद ना पंजाबीज मस्ट गेट अलर्टेड। आपका बच्चा अगर अगली बार टॉर पूछे ना तो जवाब ध्यान से देना, अदरवाइज ही लाफ एट यू कि टॉर का मीनिंग नहीं पता आपको, बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ अस इन आवर एज हैव अ कन्वेंशनल मीनिंग ऑफ टॉर, पंजाबियां दी टॉर है। Anyway, thank you so much, and I also have personally experienced the cyber crime thing to tell you. Just 1 minute. I got a call and telling that, no, I am from SBI bank, and then credit card expired and all that. Because me in telecom, immediately after 1 minute, I reacted. I know you are a cyber criminal, and then I'm recording your call, I'm putting on trace, all that intelligence that I have. सामने जवाब आता है, कर मैं देख रहा हूँ। आई एम होल्डिंग, तो कर क्या करना है। मुझे लिटरली फीलिंग आई कि जैसे सामने वो दंगल हो जाती है ना, लड़ाई हो जाती है मोहल्ले में, मतलब वो धमकी देते हैं तो करके दिखा। ही वॉज होल्डिंग द कॉल, मैं होल्ड कर रहा हूँ, तो ट्रेस कर, जो करना है कर, मैं होल्ड कर रहा हूँ। मतलब फाइनली आई हैड टू ड्रॉप द कॉल बिकॉज ऑपोजिट हो गया कि मैं ही डर गया फाइनली। एंड आई टेल यू फैक्ट, उसने वापस कॉल किया उसी नंबर से और ट्रेस लगाया नहीं लगाया, क्या किया तूने। This is a different level of crime.
Yeah. So if you try scaring them,
confidence.
Yeah. So I can just add one point. If you try scaring, they will not get scared because आप महीने में जितने कपड़े नहीं बदलते होंगे ना, उतने ज़्यादा वो एक दिन में नंबर बदल लेते हैं।
नंबर बदल लेते हैं। So it is organized, it's highly commercial, and probably with very, very high level of confidence. Probably the way they run the IT systems, or they change, or they mask themselves, it's getting very, very professional and organized. So he has now given you a first level of education. I think most of us here are practically uneducated, backward on these aspects, and I request the organizers to please organize more conferences and workshops around cybercrime, because if we are not educated, that's the biggest problem all of us face. Lack of education itself leads to so many problems. Agyanta sabse bada abhishap hai, we must understand. So thank you so much for this very insightful first level understanding of what the cyber crime word is, the dark web and everything that he explained. Now if you have any questions to ask the speakers, we have 5 minutes. Okay, so what she's telling is that post lunch, because probably she's able to guess what you are waiting for, not the sweet words from all of us, but for the sumptuous lunch outside. So she's asking her to break for the lunch. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all those wonderful presentations we had. In fact, the last one, to be honest, was a bit scary, sir. And thanks to our chairperson also for wonderfully moderating this session. And we're extremely sorry, due to paucity of time, we could not take questions now. But nevertheless, all our speakers, most of them, are going to be present with us during the panel discussion session post-lunch, and we will take up question and answers during the panel discussion session. But before we break for lunch, I would request our chairperson, Shri Vivek Duaji, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our eminent speakers on behalf of the organizers. We present to Mr. Jasjot Singh Dhang. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you. We present to Dr. Chinmay Hegre. And that reminds me, sir, did we get the answer to the meaning of the name Chinmay? And to Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. Yes, please. We would like to know the name of the meaning, Chinmay.
Okay, the meaning of the name is body of knowledge. Hopefully I live up to that. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Very nice meaning to that name, Chinmay, body of knowledge. And to Mr. Sudhir Kundar, we present a token of gratitude. And also to Mr. Kanesh Gaur. He is a cyber security expert. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceeding of this technical presentation session and requesting a panel for a group photograph before we move out for lunch, and inviting all of you to kindly join us for lunch served outside. And the lunch break is for 30 minutes only. I would request every one of you to kindly join us back and be seated in 30 minutes for a very, very interesting panel discussion session that we are going to have. And of course, the topic is leveraging the power of AI and machine learning for future data centers. So ladies and gentlemen, looking forward to seeing all of you back in time for the panel discussion. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
It's the right time to start up India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX and our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with a selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
It's the right time to start up India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX in our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud, and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with the selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
Startup India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I'm in. Are you?
An internet exchange is essentially a local area network that connects networks instead of user devices. Organizations join internet exchanges in order to control data traffic routing. They don't want to let the internet decide how to route their content. They don't want to pay one big carrier to handle all their traffic. An internet exchange is a marketplace where participating networks agree to hand traffic off to each other, a process called peering, governed by peering agreements, usually contracted on a cost-neutral basis. In an internet exchange, you can reach thousands of companies, networks, and clouds via the shortest path. You improve user experience and network performance with lower latency and higher bandwidth. You increase protection and resilience of data flow. You are safe from DDoS attacks. You reduce costs. You add flexibility and worldwide coverage. Here's where to learn more.
You know DKIX in our 4 Indian locations is a data center neutral peering platform. We have now taken the next step going beyond peering. We bring the world of cloud connectivity to India. Many business-critical workloads are running in the cloud and enterprises need a robust, secure and private connection to these cloud infrastructures. Connect the global cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services and others. This will open game-changing opportunities to businesses across all industries. In our cloud ecosystem, the direct cloud service is an interface connecting the infrastructure of a company via an internet service provider or data center with a selected cloud service provider. Become a part of DKIX Cloud Exchange and benefit from the unique ecosystem for one-to-one cloud connectivity.
It's the right time to start up India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपना ये .in भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
Are you?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to please take your seats so that we can start the session. I know. Thank you. May I request all of you to please take your seats. We have the last session of this data center, leveraging the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning for future data center. The session chair is Colonel Inderjit Singh, who is retired from the Indian Army Signals. He is now working as Chief Cybersecurity Officer at Vara Technologies. May I request Colonel Inderjit Singh to come on the stage, please? Colonel Saab. And the distinguished speakers in this session are Dr. Chinmay Agde, Managing Director, Astricos Consulting Private Limited; Dr. Saurabh Agrawal, CEO, TechBridge; Sudhir Kundar, Country Director, DECIX India; Kanish Gaur, Cybersecurity Expert; and Anay Pathak, Global Data Protection Consultant, Dell Technologies. May I request all of you to please take your seats. May I request speakers to come on the stage. TechBridge, Agrawal, Saurabh, please come on the stage. Chinmay, please come on the stage. Sudhir, Kanishk and Anay, please come on the stage. Come, please come. Can we have Colonel Inderjit Singh, please? I saw him just now. सुनो, रंजीत को बोलो. Colonel Saab. चिन्मय होंगे उधर VIP लॉन्च में, चिन्मय, डॉक्टर चिन्मय. Yeah, Colonel sir, please. No, there is one Dr. Chinmay in the speaker launch. Speaker launch में. So the session is moderated by Colonel Inderjit Singh, who is a signal officer retired from Indian Army. He is now the Chief Cyber Security Officer of Bharat Technology. Colonel Saab, over to you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And after lunch session, always a challenge, but definitely we'll have a very interactive session so that you are awake and we discuss the points which are really going to concern you. Number one, this is all about AI and machine learning. And where we are seeing AI and machine learning is really taking over everything which is possible. And in areas of cyber security, blockchain, your daily usage, your social media, what you see, cyber security, 5G, your industrial 4.0, AI is everywhere. So data centers are no different when it comes to AI and machine learning. And that's where we talk of AI and machine learning in the data centers. And it's got application in every part of the data center, whether it's, the operational efficiency, whether it's predictive maintenance, whether it's construction of the data center, whether retrofitting the data centers. Everywhere we talk of AI and machine learning, and it's a very interesting topic going forward. And that's where we have a very august panel with me today who are going to be talking of AI and ML in the data center. With me is Dr. Chinmay. He's the Managing Director of Atricos Consulting Private Limited. I have Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO TechBridge. And then I have Sudhir Kunder. He's the Country Director, DE6 CIX India. Kaushik Gore, Cybersecurity Expert. Kanish Gore, sorry for that. And Anane Pathak, he's a Global Data Protection Consultant, Dell Technologies. What a kind of august gathering I have, and the panel which is there with all rich with the experience, and that's what we are going to be talking of. So taking that further, one of the studies which said that by 2022, we will have all the IT assets which are there in data centers, adopting automation. And when I say adopting automation, that means incorporating the machine learning part of it. And going forward, the data centers are the hub for the future, and that's what we are seeing. Every country, even and specifically India, we are going to have so many data centers. Very recently, UPA is coming up with all the data centers, 6 major data centers in the state itself. If that's the kind of numbers what we are looking in for, you can imagine how much amount of data centers are going to come all across the country. And the AI and machine learning would be a big enabler, and not that I'm wanting to hold you back, so I will start asking my panelists who are full of knowledge about the data centers. They are the experts in their fields in AI, machine learning as well. So over to you, I'll start from one side and then move ahead. So Ananya Pathak, so what's your views on AI in data center? How it's really going to increase the operational efficiency, how it's really going to shape in due course of time.
Yeah, I think, thank you so much for the audience. Joining in after lunch, as I said, is very difficult. But I think artificial intelligence is playing a key role. And when it comes to data center, the primary topic you would have seen is around sustainability, right? So we want green data center. But can I make it predictive when it comes to sustainability in the end, right? So that is where AI/ML is playing a very important role. If I can predict the power uses in the data center, and there are factors around how I would be able to reuse the energy which is required for the data center. If you know, in Europe, there is a big energy crisis going on, and the prices are increasing drastically because of power shortage, right? AI and ML would play an important role on how they can maintain the sustainability while we always look for technology advancement and a lot of things what we are doing, right? The second is around the enhanced performance forecasting and making sure that how I will be able to meet my future needs. One is basically forecasting how much power, energy would be required, but then other is digital twins. There is a term which is known as digital twin, right? Basically creating a twin of your data center or a machine on which you want to gather the details on, and then without even impacting any physical server or machine in the end, you are trying to create a digital twin, find out the predictive maintenance on top of it, and then decide next course of action, right? And last but not the least, I think cyber security and the use of cyber AI ML would play an important role when it comes to cyber security, and I know my friend will talk more about it, because it's more of a cyber war which is happening, ransomware attacks and so on. Probably how I can optimize end-to-end login verification, as well as making sure that there is very little human intervention to the critical points which can affect to the overall strategy when it comes to cybersecurity. So users of AI ML would be key to make data center more secured, not only logically, but also restricting to a lot of physical access. And maybe I'll then hand it over to Sudhir for...
Thank you, because you touched upon a very relevant point of the efficiency, the resiliency, the cybersecurity aspect of it. And while we talk of the data center, and since morning we are all talking about the data centers, and we are looking in for the next age data centers, where we are trying to work out on the efficiency of data centers. We are all relying on data. Every month, everybody is trying to consume almost, Airtel gives you 300 GB of data to be consumed. That's the amount of data you're consuming. But where is that data being hosted? So data centers play a major role. But are they really efficient? Are they really going to deliver you the next gen technologies which you are working on? Are they going to deliver you the cloud computing applications what you're really working on? So over to you, Sudhir. How are you going to really smarten the existing data centers? So what are your views on it?
So while we typically make decisions based on these discerning KPIs, and that's why we have a deep-rooted understanding of which player that we would want to get into. And to answer what you said is, the future is all about having data centers which are AI-driven, where decisions get done in that manner, where you will be able to not only reduce costs, but increase efficiencies. So earlier it was proactive, reactive, now it is time for predictive. The moment you are able to cull out, the data that is coming up your way and slice and dice it and decipher it and then take the right kind of discerning decisions, your productivity will increase, your customer stickiness and soreness will have an impact on it, and obviously it is a decision-making cycle at both ends when it comes to onboarding of customers as well as onboarding of an investor, for that matter. That if I build a business and there is somebody who's going to come from outside and invest into my data center, am I relevant to him from not only today, but a future readiness in terms of understanding of what technology is there with me? So it's a cliche that I run with my team, and but unfortunately or fortunately, it is applicable everywhere. It's not important what you have, but what is it that you do with what you have is important. So while we are rich in knowledge in terms of having the right kind of manpower, skilling, everything, but are we able to orchestrate that together to be able to get the right kind of productivity outputs and take this to the next level is what we've seen some of our data center partners getting into, and that gives us a lot of hope that future, especially the 24 to 36 months period, there is a lot of action that will actually be seen, not on the drawing board, but actually on the ground, so to speak.
I think a predictive part is important. Moving away from the drawing board is important, and we are talking of all the smart buildings in the future of the data centers. Yeah, so that is what is the way forward. And I have Chinmay, Dr. Chinmay, who is the master of the command and control centers and the IoT. And the situation is such that we are looking for a situation where all the IoT devices in the smart cities are going to be pushed onto the edges. The data is going to be on the edge. It's not going to be in center anymore. So edge data centers are going to be the future. And we are going to be talking of all the cognitive intelligence, which you will have the sensors picking up and giving the cognitive intelligence right at the edge, right? And then that information actually travel down to the command and control center. So that's a new kind of design what we are looking in from the data center. So how the AI is really going to play, because while we talk of the cognitive intelligence, the predictive intelligence, prescriptive intelligence, how you're looking at the command and control centers who are going to have the data at the edge taking shape with the AI and ML.
Thanks for an insightful question, Colonel. Well, so as the infrastructure which is called to be intelligent or smart, right? So, but what it actually makes smart is the way it is being operated, number one. And the way it is being maintained, second. And third one, the way it is being, brought into the regular functional addressing, especially, if I have to call it as that way. So the command control centers are going to be evolving, considering the enormous amount of the elements which are going to collect to them. Let us categorize the data into two different parts. One is a functional data, another is a operational data, right? The operational data is being pushed by the machines which are connected, which could be IoT driven, or it could be any other communication technology driven. So, of course, maintaining that data is quite important, as also that is noisy data. Now, without intelligence or without the help of the artificial intelligence, we cannot, operate on that, or we can maintain that. Because there is mostly, if I have to term it in this way, 80% to 85% is a noise, and remaining 15% can be some meaningful data out of it. Second is the functional data which is generated by the user of the entire infrastructure. That is like, okay, there may be the respective users who use the systems such as apps or any kind of governance systems or ERP systems they generate. That is another set of data, which is widely used for business analytics, and everybody does the machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotic process automation on top of that. But the first part which I have said, that is the operational data, is most ignored, but it can be used for deriving such kind of intelligence which can be really impactful in terms of infrastructure sustainability as well as the operational efficiency. This is what I foresee. And to do this, the integrated command control center kind of a concepts, or unified management, unified operation control, or intelligent operation control kind of a concepts can help out a lot. That's what I foresee.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmay, and very rightly said, because this is the future. Data centers at the edge is the future, and cognitive intelligence is at the future. Predictive intelligence is at the in the center stage. So I will move to Saurabh, and what we are seeing presently is we are always struggling with the uptime of the data center, right? And we want to have the maximum operational efficiency, functional efficiency, and there are lots of age-old methods which are still being used in data centers to maintain the uptime. And that's where the challenge lies. So, Saurabh, what is the AI and ML, going to play a major role? How they are going to play a major role in improving the uptime? Because that's what all the tier 3, tier 4 data centers, name to fame, they keep telling that the uptime is high, PUE is high, right? So that's what they really harp on. So how AI and ML really work in that areas? Over to you, Saurabh.
Okay. Thanks a lot, and it's a very, very valid question in today's environment, where we have all data, and the data centers are becoming the core infrastructure component, and the uptime of that infrastructure is the critical thing. Now, AI and ML has a major role to play in making sure that the systems are up and running, they are secure, and all the threats or any challenges are handled before they are reaching the system itself. Now, it's difficult for a normal human being or the workforce to maintain the systems at that efficiency level or that operational level until unless we have right artificial intelligence and machine learning, which are working harder 24/7 to maintain the whole system in place. And the tight SLAs and SOPs that the SLAs that we had to maintain and the KPIs that the data centers should have or maintain is not possible without right AI and ML kind of mind which is being running the systems all the time. Now, as Chinmay also mentioned earlier, we can achieve 75 to 80% of major critical uptime SLAs using right correlations or right AI ML capabilities. And today we have developed all the AI ML science which is able to maintain the sustainability factor, efficiency factor and security factor for the data centers. So when we are talking about 80% maintenance and the efficiency level using certain automation or AI ML capabilities, that means that it's a huge you can say it's a huge intelligence which we need to develop, and it is being developed and is being used to run the systems. If we are able to empower our data center efficiencies using these capabilities, it's a huge benefit to the systems, society, and because now as we see 5G coming up, all IoT, and lots of intelligence is moving to edge, lots of CPU devices coming up. We have edge, core will anyways will continue existing. We cannot discount the core. And edge is equally becoming more intelligent. So in that, when such huge volumes, petabytes we are talking about, so we need to have intelligence, the artificial intelligence and machine learnings in place. And at the same time, as we discussed, we need right security also, along with the operational uptimes. So use of effective action mechanism, identifying the issues, automatic actions being identified, actions being taken. I'll just share with you, there is a concept like we all know zero trust. Zero trust is coming up, right, in the data center security. At the same time, there is a zero touch. So zero touch means that you don't need human intervention in running the operations of a data center. So if we combine zero touch with zero trust, that means the 360-degree operations are being run on automated systems. I am sure it is not 100% achieved, but that is what we are trying to lead to. And if we are able to achieve this thing, which surely as a system or technologist, we will, we will certainly achieve. We have seen technology doing wonders to us. It's that pinnacle of the infrastructure monitoring and infrastructure uptimes using AI and ML. And that is where we will be able to give true digital experience to the end consumers. And I think as a society, we are thriving to experience that ourselves. And as organizations, we are aspiring to introduce such systems to the ecosystem, I can say.
I like the idea of zero trust to zero touch, and that's where it's very important that how do we do the automation part in the data center. And over to you, Kanish, because I'll change the gear from the data center build to what's there in the data center. And the IT assets which are there in the data center are the major concern. Like in your organization, if I ask you, how many IT assets do you have? Do you have the visibility of it? I can vouch for it. 90% of the CISOs will say no. Even the CIOs will say no. You may say, I know everything. But if IT assets, if you really look at it, you will be unaware of shadow IT assets which are there existing since ages, which you never even bothered to take them off from the network, because you kept on adding those additional devices over a period of time. And that's not the case only in any organization, it does happen in the data center itself. You know, we have servers which get added, we have the storage which is there, we have the power UPSs, batteries which are connected. Do we take them off? No. So Kanish, over to you. What are the challenges which emanate, and how do we really look in that AI is really going to help us in the management of the IT assets which are there? Because shadow devices is a big problem. And by the way, I can tell you, before he preempts, I can attack a shadow database or a server and bring the complete data center down. So that's the kind of concern what we have. So over to you, Kanishk.
Thank you, Colonel Indrajit. So very important point highlighted by you around shadow IT, and today it is becoming the weakest link. Normally when I engage with companies to secure their data center, the first issue that I find is people are not aware what kind of assets are lying. Their asset baselining is not completely defined. They don't know if they have set up a particular application, what it is being used for. People leave. The identity and access management becomes a huge issue, right? On multiple machines, there are instances which are set up, which nobody is using, but are still lying there. And when cyber attacks happen, they become the weakest link, and this leads to ransomware attacks. And I've seen in case of lot of companies, even banking and financial services company, I was recently working with one of the insurance service providers, and they were under the IRDA guidelines on cybersecurity. They got hit by a ransomware. The weakest link was shadow IT, because unused services being available to outsiders, privilege escalation, leading to compromise at a user level, moving to an admin to a super admin level. That's one of the biggest issues. The other aspect is optimization. What is the latency, the bandwidth which is getting used? How closely are the servers connected? Are you using your machines to the right possible manner? Do you have done your best practices in place? How are you taking care of service management requests? Those are bigger issues. Now in the world today where everybody is talking about ESG, right? And India is going to head G20 by 1st December 2020. India will get questioned on ESG goals. Companies in India which are setting up data centers will have to take care of their carbon footprint. They will have to take care of sustainability, the amount of carbon they are producing. So green data centers is the future, but how do you track? That's where use of artificial intelligence and machine learning comes into the picture. You will have to use smart meters, you will have to use sensors, and those sensors will require artificial intelligence and machine learning to track, to see what is the efficiency. Also, not just cyber security breaches, also physical security breaches. We've seen a lot of attacks. Let's look at 26/11 when it happened. It was not just attack on a terrorist attack, it was also a cyber attack. So today the attacks are going to be cyber physical systems put together. And in the world where we are living in a hybrid warfare environment, securing data centers is equally critical. So smart cameras which use sensors, using AI ML techniques to look at physical security, cameras which have AI enabled are going to be the future, which is much needed, specifically when we are setting up so many smart cities. Thank you.
Very relevant, and cybersecurity is very important, and the way you brought it out is very nice. And Ananya, cybersecurity is key. And I'm now in the data center itself, not on the build. So we will talk on the green data centers from Saurabh and Chinmay and Sudhir. Cybersecurity I want to touch upon, and data center is not just about the building and the data, what they're giving. The problem more is cloud computing, this cloud security which is important, because we don't know where our data is. And we are all migrating from your physical infrastructure to zero trust. We are migrating to CASB. We are migrating to virtual firewalls, virtual switches, virtual networking devices, and the data centers play a major role. So data center will no more be a vanilla service provider. And if it is a vanilla service provider, I think you will never go away. And one of the USPs which all the data centers are actually propagating is the better security. And AI definitely will play a role when it comes to zero trust or CASB. So Ananya, I want you to highlight as to how AI is going to really work in the cybersecurity aspects when it comes to offering part of it, how it's really going to help them really grow as a business and give a better services to people, because security is the prime concern. So over to you, Ananya.
Yes, and I think very interesting points brought by everyone, right? So I think zero trust and zero touch is a nirvana state, which we all want to achieve. There is white papers to solutions to documents written on it, but when it comes to reality, we are still going on that path of zero trust or zero touch, I would say, right? But when it comes to zero trust, right, we'll have to make sure how to maintain and manage our data center in a resilient way, right? So before we talk about it, as someone said, discovery of data is very difficult. If you talk to a customer and say, what is your data, which is required to run your business, typically called as crown jewels, no one knows about it, right? Because they've not done that assessment to identify crown jewels, right? So basically on an application layer or a data layer, for a customer, it is always important to know what is important to them in case they're compromised, which means what are my crown jewels which are required to run my business, right? So identification of right level of data with crown jewel is something which should happen as part of business process. And then while you talk about the perimeter security and the best-in-class solutions and tools which we have, what is your strategy in case you're compromised, right? So, I mean, if you're compromised, that is where we do a lot of consulting with our customers as well around cyber resiliency or cyber recovery, which means, do I have a place in data center which is not connected to the network, isolated, offline copy? There's a lot of guidance around it from agencies as well, how to have an offline copy of your crown jewel or business critical data, right? So is there an isolated environment within the data center where I have my crown jewels, along with immutability, which means no one can change that data. And this immutability comes on software layer, and then also a lot of physical security. No one can get into that, let's say, vault. I should call it as a vault or a dark site or a dark server room in the data center, which is truly immutable at software, hardware layer, as well as physical access layer. And then intelligence. Is there a way I will be able to identify even before the attack is activated? I mean, these attacks are like more like sleeper cells. You have malware, if it is not activated, it is not affecting you. But if in case there is some malware in my crown jewels, and if I can run AI/ML enabled algorithm on that data and identify that this pattern doesn't look right to me, right? So with the intelligence powered by AI/ML, if I can tell on such server, the rack, shelf, wherever, I see there is a file format or a folder format or a database content which is not in line with what the best practices should be. Can my SOC team look at it, run forensics, run tools, scanning, and maybe disconnect the server from network or apply proper measures even before that was activated and it could do any damage, right? So to me, I think identification of crown jewels, having an isolated copy in case you are compromised with immutability and intelligence plays a very, very important role. A lot of customers are looking forward to it, and they are getting prepared when the timer is ticking and they have to decide whether I should pay ransom and even not get the data back. I mean, who can trust them, right? Or I have a strategy where I'll be able to get my data back, at least the crown jewels, as I said, right? And run the business without even paying anything, and that's where the industry is moving to.
Yeah, thanks. Identifying the crown jewels, that's most important in a data center because that's what all hackers are looking in for. And one question, Sudhir, which is very important and everybody looks in for, the power and the cooling part of it, which is a major concern in any data center. And that's where we have to really look in for new technologies, and there's already, we're talking about the green data centers, the cooling, we have different technologies coming up. And AI and ML, when we talk of it, definitely is going to play a major role. How AI and ML is going to assist in the power and the cooling part of it and the green data center part of it? Over to you.
Thank you. So just to add my 2 cents on what was being said on no touch and the fact that AI and ML typically exactly what you said is what we've seen with our international data center partners, is where they've been able to achieve 40% increase in productivity when they have actually deployed this. So while we are speaking something that is a little bit far away here in India, but that is in the realms of reality. And closer home, it hits us more, glaringly, because for us, for example, we have an international platform which is Apollon. So unlike here where we do the provisioning with human intervention, over there for a couple of years we have something called as a Mac patch robot. So the entire piece is done seamlessly at the click of a couple of buttons, So what is being spoken about, I can only tell the audience that it's not in the realms of some white paper, but I'm sure that will be here in India very soon. Now coming back to what you said, we've seen a couple of initiatives where the right kind of deployment has happened at these, again referring to those guys since we talk to them pretty often, is the ability to get right kind of savings by using AI ML effectively is gone up from 7.5% to 23% as of now on an international standard, wherein if you are able to deploy these assets rightly and monitor and action them, more again sounding repetitive, becoming predictive, knowing when to tweak which part of your setup, both on the cooling as well as on the power setup, has led to these significant, and these numbers might seem okay kind of numbers for us, but when you look at the humongous amount of consumption that these data centers typically get into, you will see that it actually augurs well for the industry now, because as I said sometime back in my presentation also, we don't have a lot of legacy infrastructure. As a result of which, what we are going to be deploying today as a country in many of these data centers will already be at a next gen level. So I am very confident that whatever we've seen as proof of concept and monetization of these investments that are made on the ground today internationally will sooner rather than later be relevant and visible for all of y'all to actually see happening here in India as well.
Yep. Great, thanks for your insights. And Chinmay, one point which is always interesting with you, because you've been into the IoT and definitely building data centers and working on the data centers a lot. So what's your 2 cents on when you build up a data center or in a construction, or constructing a data center, I'll rephrase that, or retrofitting a data center. What's your 2 cents which you like to give to the people who have the data centers by usage of AI as to how they're going to really improve their efficiency or predictive maintenance? So what's your insights on that, please?
Well, so first and foremost is know your infrastructure, right? So that's the first thing, because most of the data centers, of course, the greenfield data centers, yes, there are some greenfield data centers which are coming, but most of the data center providers or the players or a captive data center owners, they have brownfield. They love to retrofit. They may have, let us say, about old generation machines, facility systems, or maybe old servers or old network devices which they want to just retrofit. Of course, if it is IT asset, then it is not going to be bigger challenge, because time to time there will be a firmware upgrade or the software updates and buyback policies, all these things are going to address. But if it is going to be the OT equipments, right, so where it could be starting from the ATS, automated transmission switch, as well as the diesel generators, UPS, cooling systems, the refreshing of such kind of systems is quite difficult task. So the respective infrastructure owners love to retrofit them into the new way of operating it. So now the thing is, to know this, one is know the infrastructure, and also second one is stick to basics. Right? Stick to basics is the second aspect, where basics are what? Basics are operating these things. Number is standard operating procedures, SOPs of operating all of them. Second is which, identify the critical assets, failure of which can impact in an immense way on the infrastructure. That's the second aspect. So then know your regular problems, third one, right? So know your regular problems. So if something is occurring again and again, you should know why it is happening faster. A lot of data centers, they do not know that what is happening. And next is about monitor your usage. Monitor your usage in terms of monitoring usage of the servers, the storages, all these things are happening because thanks to the network management systems or even security devices, right? Security management systems and all those things. But again, the facility systems, there is a huge lacuna where people do not know what is happening and why it is happening. Example, a simple study, if I have to say, data center cooling, all of us know that yes, it is the costliest part. But what is that? According to the studies, the power which you spend on your data center, about 30% on an average of it goes in cooling of the data center, right? So that's the huge, the impact on the multiple aspects. One is about your cost. Second is about the sustainability drivers. It is going to impact the sustainability drivers. Carbon emission is more, temperature footprints are more, and all these things, right? So that's the thing. So now identifying such kind of areas, first and foremost, list out your drivers for bringing in any kind of intelligent operations, intelligent management, or the artificial intelligence, machine learning. Of course, all of them are going to stick to the basics of all these things, right? First, identify the drivers, keep monitoring monitoring your operations against these drivers. So that is what we advise. That's how the consultative effort for any such kind of implementation is going to start with.
Yeah, thanks. And the maximum amount of money goes in the power and maintaining that, cooling. And you'll be surprised, the architects are really working on the newer ways of designing data center buildings. They're no more the same kind of buildings what we see or we have seen it earlier. They are all going in for building which are intelligent, building which are power savers, carbon footprint is less. So those are the kind of buildings which are there. And interestingly, I was speaking to one of the architects and he said they are trying to use AI in the building design, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. The simulation, first it starts with the simulation, that how it is going to impact. So that is what I think somebody was talking just now about, we use the power of AI to create a digital twin. I think that is, Anai was mentioning about it, right? So just a little bit of a deep dive into this, maybe taking a minute more, is first before you bring in any kind of a MEP, right? Mechanical, electrical, plumbing, implementation on the data centers infrastructure, first and foremost is you can do the simulation of it and see that how it is going to help you overall. So once you do that simulation, the simulation will be done again using the respective raw inputs that you feed to the AI engines, right? Which will give you a pictorial representation or a living 3D experience kind of an, the representation of the entire infrastructure, and you can do whatever it is, like, you can play with that, then try various scenarios and see what may be the potential result. Of course, it may not be exactly the same, but it is near the exact same. So that is where the simulations have started. I think a lot of infrastructure builders have started that. And then implementing green infrastructure, right? So the green infrastructure it starts with certain standards too, right? So where sticking to the standards and applying those standards, again, you can, simulate such kind of the models, and then those models can be given to mainly the EPC contractor who builds the green field build-ups totally, right? So then you can keep on monitoring as it moves in terms of construction and mechanical, electrical, plumbing implementation of it entirely. So that is where, of course, AI can help out a lot in terms of doing such kind of things. Maybe with having the infrastructure, create a digital twin for your operations, intelligent operations, without having, or you want to build a infrastructure, then use it and then start building and then adapt it for your operations. Both the ways it could be, useful.
Thanks, very insightful. And while you spoke of the simulation, so you can actually create a heat map of the complete building and see how much of carbon footprint you have, how much of carbon rating you can achieve. So while you have a building, your data center, you're really, kind of doing a carbon rating and you're earning money also. So Sudhir, the other thing, Saurabh, the other question is like, while we talk of building and simulations, we also need to talk of the preventive and the predictive maintenance, what we do right now. We have lots of manual intervention right now, and it's more of a cyclic, or we have a periodic maintenance, preventive maintenance and all. But definitely AI would play a major role when we talk of the preventive and the predictive maintenance. So where are the areas which you think, Saurabh, as to, where are we going to play AI or ML is going to really play a role in?
Very rightly asked. AI has a huge and very critical, important role in the sustainable maintenance of a system. I'll share with you my personal mindset that it's very easy to buy any product or establish any DC or establish any new thing. But the real game lies in maintaining it. Sustainable maintenance is the key for any data center infrastructure or any product for that matter. Even for example, if you buy a refrigerator in your house and if it is not maintained properly and it is not running, then your ROI or TCO, whatever terms we coin, it's of no use if you are not able to maintain and run it and use it for a certain period of time. One thing. Second thing, use of AI now. So when we talk about the maintenance part of it, there is preventive maintenance, there is predictive maintenance, and there is prescriptive maintenance. Now, what does it mean? So as a company also, and as a system, we have to have these three areas of maintenance covered when we are talking about AI, okay? Which means that we do analysis of the data which is available to us in the running of the IT operations efficiently, that we use that data to have, one is predictive maintenance. Means what? We do predictions that my CPU is running at this load. If we continue like this, it will go beyond this threshold. One thing. My certain components are heating up at this rate. So if we continue like this, then my system will go beyond this temperature, it will come down. Means it will die down or something like that. So that is prediction. Now, that is one part. Then there is preventive AI. What is that? That we put certain threshold and automatic action points in the system itself where it prevents such incidents to happen. Okay? That is preventive AI part. Then there is prescriptive. That means that if something is happening, is being observed by the system, then system should be able to prescribe certain actionable items which the ops team can use for intelligent and actionable steps. So these three are preventive, predictive, and prescriptive. These three types of maintenance AI-based inputs are critical for running the efficient data center operations. When we do these things, we will be able to have a very, very operationally efficient infrastructure in place. I think...
No, please continue.
Okay. I thought...
No.
Okay. No, I am done as well. I think I have shared my mindset on the question here, that how and what AI has a role in running the operationally efficient data center. And these three things are very important when we design or create a vision of running an efficient data center. And sustainability is a key. If we do these things through AI, any AI system that we deploy, if we have these three pillars of AI incorporated, then in terms of green building, infrastructure, operations, IT, asset management, security, all these things will come under these ambits. Okay, I am done from this.
So, a small add-on to what was being spoken about is the fact that do we really see these things happening in the straitjacketed manner? No, but there are a lot of organizations which go that extra mile when they commit themselves to the green ecosystem in their own way. And what I have been able to observe within India is how this particular organization, because they haven't used this outside, so I wouldn't want to name them, but using AI/ML effectively within their data center here in Mumbai, for example, in India, wanting to see where they are going to be in terms of their green goals, go ahead and deploy a 10-acre solar setup somewhere in Maharashtra, and then looking at the trends and the analytics that come in, they say, no, this is not good enough, let's go ahead and make it a 25-acre setup. So that ultimately it is a commitment that they made to themselves, and overall, how is it that people look beyond the obvious, which is profits, obviously, everybody is in business to make profits, but how committed they are, and how are they being able to use the current data crunching that is happening with an intelligence that can bring to the table for them to take these discerning, because as you know, it's not easy to get up one day and say, I would want to have so much more land parcel available, even if it is a little bit far away location. So rather than the standard use cases, there are use cases where we've seen people going beyond and above the normal use cases that you and I talk about, and taking those discerning calls, which gives you a lot of confidence that yes, things are being put to use for the right things that we are able to observe. So just to add.
Thanks. Just I would like to add what Sudhir is saying, and we all thrive to achieve zero touch or zero trust, or even complete or fully effective preventive, predictive and prescriptive AI. And we know that they are all something very, there'll be nirvana, as rightly mentioned by our colleague. So point is that if we see, planning and strategies helps us a lot, and we have seen that maybe that our planning and strategy around these coined terms may not be able to give us 100% returns, but it really helps to achieve certain state. And I have personally observed across organizations that it really, in terms of efficiency, in terms of operations or securities or even price or cost, everything, that's what we all want to achieve.
Just want to highlight a couple of hindsights of AI. One hindsight of AI is bias. People who are developing AI usually are white males or males developing. So a lot of times basics are missed out. And if you look at some of the things that we have experienced with chatbots, is they will miss out on multiple elements. A lot of times they will reveal information which they should not be revealing, even to customers. So safeguarding and building what the AI is able to share with outsiders is very, very important. And a lot of time AI gets into breach of information, confidential information, particularly personal identifiable information of customers. We see that today AI is being used for reading into a lot of information, but a lot of times they are able to reveal data to third parties or outsiders which should not be revealed. So how do you build a bias-free and a secure AI is also very, very important. Thank you.
A very relevant point by all three of you. One thing I want to tell you is, we talk of the prescriptive maintenance, we talk of predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance. And we use the AI and ML as a term very loosely, right? This is very important to understand. AI is a superset. Machine learning is a subset, okay? And machine learning is the one which is happening. So we talk of 3 types of AI. One is a supervised AI, semi-supervised AI, and independent AI, right? Or the one which is on its own. So presently what we are doing is, we are training the data, the machine learning in a supervised AI. So presently what algorithms you see, whatever data scientists are giving you, they're all supervised. There's nothing which is on its own. You're giving them the data, it's giving you the results, right? So that's how it's really working. And after some years, we are going to see the semi-supervised AI. So we are going gaga over AI, but I say, has the AI come? The answer is no, right? We are still in a semi-supervised AI. So instead of using the term AI, if I use machine learning, that will be more pertinent, right? And when I talk of a predictive or a prescriptive or preventive maintenance, and I have the algorithms which are, machine learning algorithms, train the data to tell me when do I really want to maintain the servers, when do I need to want to maintain the power, when do I need want to maintain the building systems, advise on that. Now, one point which, it's the panel side also I'll like to say is, it's all in your data. And if your data scientist goes wrong on deciding the algorithm, it's going to poison the complete data. When I say poison, that means you'll get a wrong output. So everything which comes out of the machine learning or a deep learning, it's not going to be like what you data in, data out. It's a garbage in, garbage out kind of thing. So it may be that if you are putting a poisoned data, the data is not accurate, you may get wrong results. And that wrong results, if you think that it is right, you're gone for a 6. So whenever you do machine learning, you have to take it with a pinch of salt that one, you have the right algorithms. There are so many, data sets, there are so many algorithms which are there for the AI machine learning. Which algorithm is the best suited for you to give the best results? That's your data scientist who's going to decide on. So whatever has been given is the most important part of it. And that's what my panelists have also brought out about the prescriptive, the building, and the other things which are there. So be very kind of aware of this particular thing of AI and ML when I talk of it. So this is very important. So before we close, 2 cents from each of my panelists. I want to be at sharp 3:45. I just want to close it, bang on time. So 2 cents from each one of you before we say goodbye to everyone.
Yeah, I think my 2 cents would be around, while we look at accelerated digital transformation, billions of connected devices, and this is a data decade, right? And there's a lot of meaningful information which we can derive out of this data. As I think Kanish said, right? Ethical use of AI or AI for good would play a very, very important role in deriving meaningful information. And with, as I said, accelerated digital transformation, connected devices, we also have to look at the cyber security point of view, because we need to make sure while we are getting into this digital world, we are also making sure it is secured for end users to consume it. So that is where I would end.
So, as everybody would rightly agree that data centers are the warehouses of the digital economy today, where the entire growth story will typically be hinging upon. And our own interactions with almost all leading data center players actually give us a lot of confidence that what we are speaking now is being actually thought about, implemented in bits and pieces, and being looked into as a serious effort and endeavor, while some of them have missed their marks for not having used AI/ML. So that learning will be picked up by other folks. So I'm sure in our own small way, this panel would have been able to throw out certain insights which will eventually help people understand that these are not theoretical things that are being spoken about, but things which people have observed, gone through, and we will see fruitification of all these concepts that we're talking about not very far away from today. That's about it from my side. Thank you very much.
Well, so my 2 cents probably is going to save millions of dollars, hopefully, right? That is stick to basics, right? Number 1 is stick to basics. Be lean in the narrowing down the requirement, right? And know your operations and know your infrastructure, and again, design whatever AI, ML, whatever we call it as the jargonetic terminologies, right? These things are required for running your, or making your day-to-day operations more and more efficient and secure. Right? Hence, sticking to the basics in terms of, you know, framing the requirements for your machine learning or AI requirements is going to be quite important. That's what I can.
Over to you, Saurabh. Yeah. So as everyone has said, and I think I am topping up on that only. As I said, zero touch, zero trust, and preventive, predictive, and prescriptive AIs. We all, as partner ecosystem, should plan and try to achieve this, because we have seen in last decade and going forward that this is technology has made everything which we imagined as possible. So these things as well are very much possible, and they are very critical as a part of basics and planning. And once we do that right, probably we all can achieve it, which will help us to have a sustainable ecosystem around us. So this is my 2 cents for in this discussion.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Just 2 points. One, avoid the FOMO, the fear of missing out on using artificial intelligence and machine learning. These are tough to be done. When you're looking at implementing AI or ML, start with a small operation. Try how effectively it is helping you. Look at the business processes that needs to be designed. Isolated programs which are unsupervised using AI and ML don't lead to outcomes. Second, look at security by design and trust by design. Don't let security be an afterthought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll keep the house open for questions. Yeah, please.
It was a really insightful session and a very good panel discussion. Everything is going to be software defined, and it looks very scary. Someone said about nirvana, but it has to be achievable on zero trust in near future. And we have been talking about 3 Ps. I add policy orchestration is a must. Someone spoke about the biases. It is very important if you are touching on intelligence and the learning. What I am curious to understand at the end of the day, what will be the auditability and how close it is in future? Auditability of intelligence and learning.
I'll pick that out. Yeah. See, that's again a learning for auditors. That's the biggest challenge the Big Four, the audit industry is facing today, because systems which are built on principles of AI, ML, and even blockchain, auditing them, having basic principles, standards, and frameworks are missing today. So one, coming up with standards for auditing AI and ML-based systems is going to be very, very important, which the industry bodies such as ISO needs to focus, NIST need to focus, which is a clear baseline. Second, training the auditors to train and conduct such assessments. The third is self-SRO, which is self-regulated organizations. SRO will play a very, very important role, right? You can have different maker and checker, but SRO is going to be very important for such systems. Thank you.
Saurabh also wants to answer you. Yeah, I think.
No,
please continue, all of us.
Sure. No, see, first of all, there is a change in terms of technology, in terms of environment, and we will have everything new coming up every 2 years, 3 years, or whatever time frame we take. As a society, we need to evolve. Next thing, we cannot live in the fear of change. Second thing. Next thing is putting the systems in place. Change will come, we will have to put the systems in place with the new realities, right? Yes, after that, the checks and balances also are the part of the ecosystem. So we cannot avoid a whole cycle of this. we need to face this reality. And yes, as you rightly mentioned, sir, auditing is critical component. Means whatever we do, if a kid is doing something, a parent is there to audit that activity. A company is doing, there is an auditor for that. So, auditing ecosystem also has to evolve with that. Security checks and balances have to happen. AI will also be there because we know as our technology suppliers, we work in this digital ecosystem, that evolution will happen, it has to happen, intelligence has to come, and the right checks and balances, standardizations will follow that. That is my view on this whole way forward, I would say.
Quick answer to what you are asking, The first part, when do we see the actual happening of it? I have been saying this with a certain amount of confidence that yes, very soon rather than later, because you are privy to certain discussions that go on within the data center environment that we have our discussions normally, number one. Number two, most of the things necessarily don't have to happen serially. They can happen parallelly. While adoption will happen, the checks and balances to make that a robust, doable, scalable setup will also be in place for sure. And I can tell you this, and you'll agree upon the fact that more often than not, in hindsight, we become intelligent. Thankfully, the hindsight for an ecosystem like India always is available in the global village, as we call it today. So there is a lot of information and hope available across the globe today on how things have happened, and that will help us shorten our cycle to get it from scratch to implementation and monetization. That's my 2 cents on it.
Well, so audit perspective, right? So coming to the perspective of data center, right? Maybe AI or auditing the AI, purely data center. Yes, the data center is, of course, it has to be software driven, no doubt. SDN is there, like it was there in the networking, now it is in the data center for everything. It is software driven. Now when you are doing that, right, obviously you have data of monitoring too, each of them. Auditing, when you have data, is not going to be a challenge, but standards, right? So standards have to be matured to address that. Tools are available to do so, but what are the standards that we are going right now? When you talk about data center, we will only say TIA standards, correct? Is that the only thing now? No. Any longer, only TIA or Uptime Institute's uptime audits are not the only thing. There are many audits, even including GDPR audit comes into the picture for each data center, right, nowadays. And ESG audits, sustainability, IGBC audits, or various such kind of ISOs are evolving. It's still evolving, but the frameworks have to be, if you want to just adapt as traditionally we used to do for any audit frameworks, ready-made audit framework is no longer there. Each organization have to think of, first of all, their own standardization based on their own regular, practices and operations, and then keep comparing that because you already have the data. Now, another bonus what you have is the tools. Tools, when you look at collaboratively, you get all those data which you can audit for easily. But standards, each organization, apart from what are all the global standards, have to be internally set up. That's quite an important aspect. In my perspective, that is what it is.
So, thank you. Thank you for a wonderful question. Actually, it's shaken my panel. Everybody's answering it. It's really wonderful. And thank you very much, everyone, for patiently listening to us. And thanks for such a wonderful, insightful panelists who have given their views on a very futuristic topic, but they made it so simple to understand. And I learned a lot during the panel discussion from my co-panelists. Thank you very much, Bharat Exhibition, for hosting us here for a wonderful day on the data centers, a very pertinent topic to discuss. And thank you, Shashidharan, for having us for the panel. Thank you very much. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Colonel Sir. Thank you so much. Now we come to the end of the data center event. We have an event in December 6 and 7 talking about the spectrum what spectrum should be coming in, what spectrum for 6G and all. It's going to be a 2-day event. You will be getting the details soon. We have already given all the mementos to all the speakers in this session except NNA. Now I request Colonel Inderjeet Singh to present the memento to NNA. Yeah, welcome. I request all the speakers to move on to this so that we'll have a group photo after this. Now let me present a memento to Colonel Inderjeet.
It's the right time to start up India, and this is my office. I am in.
I make in India, but get a global access. I'm in.
अपनाइए .in, भारत का अपना डोमेन जो अफोर्डेबल भी है और जिसे अपनाना है बिल्कुल आसान। हो जाइए डिजिटल .in डोमेन के साथ। गेट योर ओन .in पर अपना .in डोमेन बुक कर आज ही बनाइए अपनी वेबसाइट।
I am in. Are you?